Hey everybody, we're here. Hot diggity dang.
Hot diggity daffodil.
Oh my goodness. Oh my good goddamn.
It is good to see all of you. I hope you all are ready for some fun and excitement. Believe you me, we've had a lot of questions build up over the last few sessions. Like a lot of questions build up over the last few sessions.
Events shall indeed transpire.
I just
They have.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot of things.
Events have transpired and they will continue to do so.
Exactly. But yes, I hope you all are excited. I hope everybody's been enjoying Digi Destiny so far. We got through 10 sessions so far and 2 arcs. Technically.
How you doing, Chad? You doing good? You brushed your teeth? You eating your vegetables?
Are you ready for bed, chat? Good. Go to bed.
But not yet. You gotta stay here and watch a little show.
Yeah, just a little bit.
You're
just
grounded.
For now.
Little prince.
But yes, everyone. Welcome to our second Digi Destiny dive, our nice little Q&A forum that we have on things, just to talk about all things Digi Destiny, from what color is Gary's favorite to why did you put everyone in those rooms, Nick? Why would you do such a thing?
Why, Nick?
I don't know.
Because it was funny. Yeah, thank you.
Spoken like a DM.
Exactly. Why not? But yes, God, this has been a fun ride all around, believe you me, and I'm very glad that we've got such active individuals, as well as the fact that we've got some amazing fans. If you can see from the new rotating art wheel that we have going on, we've got some fantastically talented people who continue to support us on a constant basis. It is insane.
Honestly.
I'm a sucker for Terriermon art.
I'm never gonna get over it.
Not even once. Not even once.
Yeah, I'm a slut for Impmon art.
But
get me pictures of Impmon.
Get me slutty pictures of Impmon.
No. But that said, if we are ready to get started on things, let's see. I don't have access to the donation feed on things because of some stuff. So Chase, if you have access to that,
I will keep an eye on it.
Just to make sure if anything comes in. But I think we're going to start with, unless anything has come along in the last day or so, with the first and foremost of questions in our dive form, because
just see.
Do you want me to go ahead and tell people how the whole shebang works here?
Go right ahead, Pyro.
Do your thing.
So, hello everybody. Also, just so you know, if you're wondering how we go about this, there's a chain of priority, so to speak. We have this fancy little dive form, which people can submit their questions through. And if any of our moderators want to, !dive in the chat brings up the link there, and you can submit questions into that. Now, that only gets superseded by 2 things. One, if people donate and ask a question, then it'll pop up on screen, and as Coffinjockey's monitoring that, he'll be able to tell us, hey, we got a donation, and that question gets priority to be answered right, bam, in front of everything, jumping to the top of the list. And then also, if you are a patron at the $20 tier, I believe it is, or a server sub at the $20 tier, I believe it is. I'm saying that skeptically because I cannot remember the exact number off the top of my head, but I believe it was $20.
It is indeed.
Okay. You also have the ability to hop into the stream waiting room, and then we will pull you in so you can ask questions live on stream to us. So if you're a patron on our Patreon in that regard, or if you are a server sub, then bada bing, bada boom, you get to directly ask your questions on stream should you want to. That is a cool little tool. So that's basically it.
And
Right.
there will be occasionally some questions we may not be able to answer because it may be potentially spoilery, or we may get into it in game. But hopefully we don't go into those. If we do, we'll just kind of sidestep them for now.
You can ask when Riot dies, though.
Yeah,
When
the
is he
thing is, I
done
just
by?
don't have an answer for you.
As soon as Nick gets a bullet. He
I
has
could,
the gun.
I could give you a wholesome answer. Is that, he dies of old age in his bed surrounded by family.
That's boring.
It is boring. It's not wholesome.
That doesn't
Nick.
sound very much like a canon event.
That doesn't sound...
Kill this man.
You stop that. So, with
Fine,
that said,
I'll do it myself.
we're going to go ahead and get started with the first question here. And some of these I had to have as leftovers from the last dive because some of them were directed for people that weren't here. So, just
dare
because,
they.
I'm sorry. I wish I could have got everybody here, but I don't have control over space and time. I'm working on
Could
it.
be like that.
I'm working.
Get this man a toy.
Lies. He's got
Soon
the whole
enough.
world in the palm of his hand. Is he saying that? I don't have it.
Mhm.
I don't have the control. I could squish all you guys. I mean, I don't.
So, our first question, and this one comes in from Chloe on the dive forum. They ask, is Flamemon a girl?
I feel like I'm gonna take the lead on some of this, but it's not up to me. Magimon was an inanimate object until mere moments ago in this narrative. But as far as like logic would dictate, normally it's like, you give ships and various other like vessels like female things. Like you usually do that.
Right.
But heckin' that's like sailing tradition. I don't know that applies to 1994 Chevy G20s. I don't know. I wouldn't know. I mean, also it could be challenging to voice act for that, depending on what Nick had in mind for Flamemon.
Potentially.
But I'll say we'll let Flamemon decide.
If Ben 10
Flamemon's just gaining sentience. Flamemon can figure out their orientation.
I believe in them. One of these
I'll
days they'll
stick
figure it
with
out.
Yeah.
Sorry, Storm, you were saying something?
Yeah, I was just going to say that if Ben 10 has taught me anything, is that you have to treat a call like you treat a woman.
Go on.
Go on.
No. I feel as though I made a mistake of some kind.
Correct.
I feel like Flammon's non-binary.
Oh, shut
That's-
up.
Are you
That was a
assuming it's
pun.
gender?
Oh no.
Yeah, what the fuck? This is about to be a sentient being.
Exactly. Look, it's to be fair, Flamemon has only just started gaining levels of sentience. I don't believe it is aware of the concept of gender yet. So
We'll let them figure it out in
is
its own time.
non-binary as the binary code scatters behind us.
Mhm.
vroom vroom, everybody.
Flamemon is
very
whatever.
shaped.
Flamemon's whatever the fuck it wants to be.
Exactly.
Godzilla.
Well, I think that about covers our
I think we're
Flamemon
good on that
segment.
one.
We
So-
had for a long time.
If that's the case, next one here, and this is for everybody. I believe some of this was answered during the last dive, but we may as well get a refresher as well as some interesting takes on everyone else's. And that is, what was the inspiration for each of your characters as far as design, personality, and traits?
Might as well start with the two guys who weren't here last time.
Graham, I answered the last one. I'll let you start with Reiner's stuff.
I guess I could simply say he's literally a character. He's the first concept of a character from a manga series that never came to be. So, I just used his first OG concept because I couldn't
'Cause you
use his
had it?
newer one, but I liked his older one too. So, yeah, he Reiner. I just took a design that was never going to be and made it be, and I'm happy that some people enjoy his design. So,
All right,
Yeah.
great.
He looks
Mhm.
badass.
yeah,
If anything,
What about
he's
Ryder?
probably the.
that's why I had to make him fight because It was a martial arts kind of series. So.
He is probably the most anime out of our entire group here.
Yes, I would say,
Which
yeah.
I think that's a fun segue into my character, because I just straight up sent an image of Hidenori Tabata from Daily Lives of High School Boys as my character's art, directly and immediately, just almost a full ripoff of an already existing anime character, uniform included.
I remember,
And he's the least anime character out of the group, I would imagine, by this point.
I would disagree and say that he's the most animated character.
That's fair. I would agree with that.
I remember when we were commissioning Collar, I was building the art reference documents, and you just sent me one picture. I was like, oh, okay, so that outfit, anything you want to do with the hair, the glasses, and you was like, nope, that's it. Anything with pose? Nope. That one picture, that's it.
I remember searching like most average possible anime boy, and it came up with him, and I'm like, this is applicable. Like, this is perfect. We're good. We did it. We got there. Gary maybe can't control the zipper on his pants, but aside from that, he's just a guy. He's a guy. Just a fucking dude.
He's just an innocent man.
Just a boy. He's that boy.
He's just a lad.
Just a little guy. Just a little birthday boy.
Exactly.
It's the daily lives of high school boys. If you want to look up that anime,
I am
Hidenori
aware of it.
Tabata.
It's
The chat was like, wait, which anime?
It's a very wholesome anime in my mind, in the sense of just, yeah, this is how young boys operate. This is how our brain functions.
It really do be like that sometimes. But yeah,
You're as simple as it gets.
That's more or less Gary's thing. For like design, aesthetic stuff. That's pretty much it.
How about like personality and for and like other traits and things like that?
Personality. That one is a little harder to go off of, because it's based, a lot of his personality is based on stuff that we haven't been able to get into quite yet, like his family life and his his childhood, like young age level stuff. Because whenever I try to like build like a character for D&D that I know I'm going to be playing a lot and that I know I'm going to be committing to, and it's not just like a one shot or like a really quick no time to prep sort of thing, I try to make them as holistically as possible with like fucking like, all right, what they do when they were a kid, what they want to be when they grew up, like what were their goals, did they achieve them, what were people's reactions to their goals and aspirations, like what have they had a good life, are they happy, have they not had a good life, are they sad? Because like, you know, those two things aren't always the same. They might have had a not good life and then still be happy. But like, you know, there's a lot to figure out with Gary that I just kind of went through his whole backstory, and sort of the personality came through from that after everything. He was sort of pushed by various forces into an archetype of normalcy, and that's kind of been the role he's been embodying for years now at this point. So that's more or less where he was at, and then he's thrust into a very abnormal world. So there's a lot of panicking and stress, and I chose the cowardly thing not particularly because I think that Gary's like exceptionally cowardly, but that this particular area would make him very cowardly because it's so outside of everything that he's set up for himself. There's not a single element of the digital world that is within his mind as what he was supposed to be doing.
I see. But yeah, no, I look forward to seeing how Gary shows off a lot of that as time progresses on things, because I mean, we've already seen a lot of the breaking of the mold for him.
Yeah, he's got a lot to him that does not really fit within the archetype that he's been assigned and that he's been jumping into. And that's kind of, he's being able to, especially because that archetype is so far removed from the circumstances, he's able to shine in those ways that he's repressed for so long, because those are the elements that would bring him to greater advantage in this world. And Gary definitely, I think, goes for to an extent, the path of least resistance in his life. But that also leads to him taking advantage of advantageous opportunities that present themselves. So, like, there's a locked door. Well, I have a lock pick and I know how to pick a lock. I'm picking the lock. Let's go.
Exactly.
So that's, path of least resistance on that. We're not going to have him fucking bash the door down. But yeah, he's also, because of the circumstances in his life, developed a really strong sense of justice. Whether he can actually enact that sense of justice or not himself is something else. I think he needs some
Fair.
help to be able to do that. He can pretty much only talk no jutsu. So if that ever fails, then he's kind of out of options without other assistance, because he has no ability to back anything up in a fight, even a little bit right now.
Well, luckily you have Reiner to back up that portion of the fight, which leads into like, what led to like Reiner's personality and development there. Was it also just based off of that character as well, or was it, or did you add some more new things to it?
Reiner's previous. This is so weird talking about previous, because it's still something that's like it might be a thing, but it might never be a thing.
It's in limbo.
Yeah.
Feel that.
Coffin knows all about.
Yeah, we talked a lot about it. Yeah,
he was a person I went to for advice and like just thoughts on the stuff. But yeah, most of like the character I can at least say is very more strong-headed with stuff. Like he's very much more strong-willed to protect people and stuff, regardless of who and what they are, but tries not to get in their way until they need help the most. Like it's one of those things where I think in the original version he wasn't part of a delinquent group, but here it's like he there's a bunch of guys that were delinquents in a gang that were causing trouble, and he basically just stopped it, and then those guys were like, please like be our leader and guide us, and it's like
You're the boss now.
I got stuff I have to do, and it's like it's
I
fine,
would
it's
rather
fine.
not be here, but yeah, just do it anyway.
Yeah, it's like if I be the leader, we guys stop. It's like yes, we'll do whatever you say. You're strong. Like no one's gonna screw with us. We'll be good. We don't have to be bad. And it's like okay, so that's kind of because I know somebody's like Reiner's in a gang. And I'm like, he's not doing bad shit. He beat them up, and they're like, okay, rules are rules. So
Through sheer force of will, he has acquired
yeah.
street cred.
So he won't.
Fun.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
he won't use the force unless if needed. So in the digital world, there's a lot of things attacking us. So of course, and this is a new place, and these aren't like exactly like people. Like in some degrees, I think we're gonna get closer and closer to feel like we already kind of get closer because of our partners and stuff. So yeah, I think basically through all that, there's definitely a lot of connections with Reiner and his previous self.
Oh, fair
From-
enough.
Yeah,
It's very funny to hear you guys talk about like even Storm and Power put more thought into their character than I did. Because ER is just basically vibes. I thought I would just be playing ER with half a brain cell while I was editing. Lo and behold, I got absorbed into the game. It was like, shit, now I got kind of rework his character, but he's got like a really bad brain stat, so I can't contribute a lot.
You fool, I have given you the brain disease of caring about the game.
Damn it.
Curse you, Nick, and your care about game attack.
Joke's on you. I can form adversity tokens off the fucking data reorganizer.
Just keep failing. Just one of these days when it doesn't explode.
One day it explodes like, no, it won't stop exploding. I want tokens.
How
Goodness.
ER accidentally made the best weapon in the game.
with the circuit board.
Good job, ER, but I wanted tokens.
The data reorganizer breaks and it's just the orb.
If Johnny Knoxville was a Digi Destined. I just saw that in the chat.
You just hear the guitar strum in the background. Just bow, wow, wow.
Hi, I'm ER, welcome to the digital world.
Oh no!
Immediately hit by a Monodramon.
I think that covers that end of things. Let's go ahead and move on to the next question here that we had. Unless Jace, we haven't got anything that come in, right?
We kind of did. One was a request for a read after the dive was done, a voice commission.
Oh, sure, I can
And,
do that.
Well, it was specifically read this after the dive,
Okay,
but we can do that later on.
that's fine.
And then I don't know exactly what this one was asking, but it had asked, Nick, could you please do a Digivolution, please? Then look in general Digi Art channel for Nick's surprise. And I'm
sure.
sure that was probably occurred.
Yeah, let me go ahead and do that then. I'll just for funsies, why not? Because that came in via donation. Let me just go over to the voice mod here. Yeah, let's go ahead and get it up then. Digivolution. Let's see what they ended up doing.
Epic guitar solo. That one sent in by Alec Reef. Thank you, Alec Reef.
Gotcha.
Freesh.
Yeah, thank you, Alec. Appreciate you. I look forward to seeing what thing you've done.
Epic guitar solo immediately after Digivolution. It's all
Epic
part of it.
I unfortunately don't have that queued up. Yo! Yo!
Oh, what is this?
Gen
my
Digi Art.
Oh my goodness!
Oh god,
This is where the voice?
it's
Gen
in,
Digi
it's
Art,
in-
the
if
chat
you look
log.
in Gen Digi
Okay.
Art. Oh my soul. Oh, that's beautiful. That is
Wow.
powerful stuff right there.
So, is this Nick's Persona or Digisona?
I think it's my
Porque
Digi.
no los dos?
You know what freaks me out the most about this?
The
This
bass.
could be a real Digimon. This could be fucking like someone would fucking want this as a partner.
Also,
Mhm.
it's
This is my
fucking-
button in the next campaign.
Also,
The
it
real
fucking
question is
slaps.
what level it is.
I think that's supposed to be the champion version because he made the rookie form earlier. Or he commissioned
Oh,
the
Oh,
rookie
he
form.
did?
That's fair.
Yeah. So, oh man, Alex.
Oh wait, did you commission Carlo for that?
It looks like
He
it.
had
Looks like
to.
Alan's
Alex.
art.
Yeah, that
I know
is-
that freaking stand there, the digital.
Mhm.
Alec, answer yourself.
Nickmon has now he's champion. Yes.
God, that's
It's like
beautiful.
Eosmon, where all the evolutions are still Eosmon.
Yeah.
Can you would
Oh,
would
yeah.
someone please post in there the rookie form? Because I have not seen the rookie form.
Oh,
I was
I've seen
about to ask the same
yeah, no,
thing.
the rookie form is adorable. I think it's I have it like say, yep, there's the
Oh.
rookie. Look at how cute that boy is. Look at how adorable that boy is. God,
Look at the boy.
it's my boy.
I love that he heckin' pant too big for he got dang leg.
He went too big before he got dang leg.
Oh,
It's
God,
like Nick's like,
that's-
I don't have a
His
body, so I had to
shorts
create a
look comfortable
Digimon
and
for my
easy to
body.
wear.
I just let me get this straight though for the most part. If I was to do a one shot where I am the what's the word I'm looking for here exactly?
Digidestined?
Like the tamer in this case. I would like to think I am not vain enough to put my own face or choose myself as my partner. I would like to think I'm beyond that.
It's
Nick,
gonna be like
I'm
go for it.
sensing a butt coming on.
I would like to think so, but that's always up for debate.
Now, here's what I'm thinking. You guys gave Nick an OC. Now we have to fight it,
Ah, damn it. Well,
or we have to make friends with it.
Nick, you are echoing apparently.
let me fix.
Apparently, we're in an hour of need in the final fight. Nick wants going to swoop in and save us.
There we go, fixed it.
So,
we should
so
not be
here's
echoing
what
anymore.
has to happen. If we make 50K subscribers, we're gonna have to do a challenge where everyone submits this to freaking. What?
No,
See if we can get this an actual Digimon, because dear God.
I don't know what
So-
they'd call it.
I did a like similar thing to this basic idea a while ago when I was in Nat 19 with Project Mouthwash and Logan. And I made a warlock whose patron was the Blazing Azure Crow, and I just slowly revealed that was my patron bit by bit throughout the campaign to Logan, who was a player. And by like the halfway point, he's like, "It better not fucking be who I think it is, you son of a bitch. You named your patron after my screen name. How dare you?" So I'd like just secretly pick Nickmon as the Digimon, and then just like, "I'd love Nick to voice my Digimon," and then just never give you info until the day of the campaign. It's like, "By the way, here's your Digimon, Nick."
It's me. Hey, how we doing, guys?
Nick,
just
was
went-
it you that just said what would it be called? The answer is obvious. You still name it Nickmon, you just drop the C.
I mean, that works.
I'm thinking it's like Eosmon, where every form is Eosmon, like
Or-
Rookie Champion, Ultimate Megas are all Eosmon.
Or actually, probably you just dropped the K in Nick. That's like
Yeah,
no.
but it's cooler if it's N-I-K-M-O-N.
yeah, but like there's something like a Nick chip, a Nick card in computers. It's a network card sort of thing.
Oh.
That's
See,
fun.
Nick,
Double meaning, bada boom.
now I'm wondering if this was the email I got.
Oh. I have
Because
to.
Nickmon, Nick
the rest of the party
Dramon.
doesn't know about this.
Oh,
I'm
goodness.
still not going to open the email just to be safe.
Yeah,
Someone
leave
said.
that be.
Someone says in that chat, you gotta baptize your child and name his stronger form.
I have to name the stronger. Oh God.
Nick
Oh.
Dramon, I like.
Yeah, Nickdramon's a good one. You know, because it's getting a little bigger. It's getting more like nice little.
It's got some
features
dragon
and things.
details.
Yep. I look forward to. Alec, I swear to
Alright.
God, if we get to dive 3 and there's an ultimate form, I'm gonna
I mean,
hit you. I will find you.
Meanwhile, me, Alec, I'm expecting like a Metal Greymon style arm on the next.
Well, the thing that I find
No.
really interesting is so far he's following Vmon rules, because there's Vmon
true.
and then Vdramon, and then the next one would be Arrow Nickdramon if this was following that,
Oh
and then Ulforce Nickdramon past that. But we shall see.
We'll have to see. But for now, let's actually get
Alec,
back to the questions on things.
Yeah,
if
we
you're
got.
at Yomacon, hit us up.
Yeah, for real, because we're all going. So
There
the
was
next-
a
yeah,
there was a
what's up?
there was a voice read request that came in from Fierce DD Link. They donated $10. Thank you very much, Fierce DD Link.
Okay,
What was for Riot and Flamemon, which I think yeah, Riot and Flamemon for Crest Digivolution, and then together Riot Greymon. That's the thing that you digivolve
Crest
into Riot
Digivolution?
Greymon. They're implying that you use this technique to digivolve into Riot Greymon.
Right.
Okay.
Here we go. Just follow my lead, right? Flamemon Digivolve 2. And then you say it.
So wait, do I say Riot Digivolve 2 or do I
Yes.
say
Yeah. Yes.
Flamemon also?
No, you say Riot. If you say Flamemon, that means you're Flamemon. That's weird because I'm Flamemon.
Okay. All right then. Riot Digivolve 2.
Now I guess we try to say it at the same time. Like fucking Omnimon.
Okay. So wait, is it Riot Greymon?
Flamemon.
I'll give you guys a count. Ready? On
1, 2, 3.
3, go.
Riot Flamemon.
Flamemon.
We were this close to greatness.
Successful.
You're trying to do this on Discord. of
Failed
all
successfully.
Task failed
Look at
successfully.
these abs.
When Nick said we were this close to greatness, he held his hands out super far apart. You just can't see it because we're on a call.
So
If we
the
get a panel, we'll try that again.
yeah, we'll do it at a
Oh.
panel.
Yeah.
So
Thank
the
you
next
so much. Moving on.
yeah, thank you all so much. The next one we have here is a question for Gary. And for Gary, is Gary holding anything in Vanmon? Because, like, come on. And this
Are
is a
you
question from Alec
implying-
Reef.
Are you implying that Gary is fucking packing heat? Is that the implication that Gary's got a gun in the glove box?
I thought you meant weed.
I mean, hey. Fucking, I I feel like Gary's already too paranoid for weed to really work for him. He would have a bad trip every time. But also, he'd probably be too worried that someone would find it. And let's also be honest, there's no way that Riot wouldn't find it, and there's no way that Riot wouldn't revenge smoke it for knowing that Gary stole the Metallica CD.
That's fair.
I will say
I'm
if he
hearing
did
no
have a gun,
arguments
he
against it, so
Yeah,
there you go.
My only argument is if he had a gun, like usually he suggested, there's no way he wouldn't have pulled it out the second Digimon showed up. Meme style.
Seriously.
It's like that
Using
meme
my
that's-
prepared power, I pulled out my gun.
I'm just imagining that Persona meme that's going around where like you do a dramatic pose and then like it's covering the side and then doodle-it and pulls out the gun.
His neutral smash uses a gun.
For Gary's neutral, he uses a gun.
I remember so clearly Pyro hit me up like, yo, like what's people talking about Batman all of a sudden on Twitter? Like, yeah, of course Joker has a gun. Like he and I were like, yeah, I know, that's so weird. And then he and I will just in a call like, oh, it's Smash Bros.
Oh, we're dumb.
That's funny.
What do you
fools.
mean there's more than one Joker?
But
No,
yeah,
there's only
other
one
than,
Joker, like there's only one Robin.
other than that, I know Gary's got a lot of stuff in that van, possibly even things that I don't even know about as a player yet because they haven't come up, and Gary's prepared feature allows him to just kind of manifest things from thin air. But like, I don't think he's holding much of anything in that van, knowing Gary.
You know, other than a bunch of incredibly useful junk.
Like the bootleg Kazam DVD that
Exactly.
he's got.
That thing is priceless
Exactly.
because you cannot sell it anywhere.
Synonymous with worthless, but in a more pleasant connotation.
Next up, I have another question for Gary.
Oh,
I'm literally just going down the list at this point. This is a question from Rognik, or Rognik, Rognik.
very
That's
different
the name
than
of that champion.
Arnik.
Yeah, very different from me. Gary Pasternak, are you some kind of yuppie psycho?
So I am familiar with the game, and I am familiar that the last name of the main character is Pasternak. I think I consider that a pleasant coincidence because I use this site called Behind the Name for my characters. Unless something really speaks to me and I already know exactly what I want my character to be named, I go to behindthename.com/random. And you can pick like masculine or feminine names. You can pick any various nationality or like, you know, what you want to have. You can generate first, middle, and last names for people. And you can include like avoid rare names. You can even do like mythological and like Arthurian and like various and even pop culture if you wanted to. So if you ticked that, you could have the last name Vader or something like that. So I used that. And it came up with Pasternak on its own, and I was like, "That's good. I'm gonna keep that because that sounds like a reference. I'm gonna keep it."
It's close enough.
Yeah, I had considered because like the name has connotations with the name can be a Jewish surname as well, and I had thought about like, could I make Gary Jewish? And then I followed through with like, I'm not Jewish. I could not properly portray that even if I wanted to. So if I did that, I wouldn't properly be able to give that, like, do that justice. So I decided against it because I wanted to make it feel like genuine. And I'm like, there's a whole lifetime of knowledge I do not have to properly portray this.
Fair
But
enough.
yeah, I'm familiar with the reference, and I wish that I would have fully just committed to like yes, but like no, I used Behind the Name, and I use it every time that I have to DM. Like fucking, what's the shopkeep's name? And I'm like, Jasminka Chair. That's what the name came up with. That's what it says. That's who that is.
And why is their last name Chair? Because
Oh,
they
it's
stand
spelled
all the time.
it's spelled Cair, but it's Gaelic.
Ah, I see. Well, now I'm
Look
the
around the
fool.
room. Here, Griffin.
Peter Griff. Ah, crap.
Perfect. Next up here, I'm trying to get through these. Well, all right. I guess we just got a donation that came in as well.
We
so,
did. It
Which-
doesn't ask a question. It just says, can't wait for Flamemon to go full Christine against anyone who would even slight Gary in any way.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's what-
that sounds about right.
Meow, meow.
I can't wait for it to just completely replace Magimon.
Well, sorry, Pyro. It was nice to have you on the show for a
No,
while.
here's what we do. Pyro now voices the van.
Oh no.
The two subsume one another.
But if we did that, we'd be giving Pyro far too much power.
Okay, here we go. They're just
becomes-
they're both in the Crossheart archetype, and it's Vanmon Cross 2, and it's Magimon just kind of duct taped to the hood. And we
like
got-
a hood ornament.
Yeah.
Like the Bale from Toy
From
Story
Toy Story
3.
Yeah.
4, thank you.
Oh my lord.
Oh, it was 3, wasn't
No,
it?
you're right. It was 3.
It's like, Gary, are you sure this is a good idea?
Yes, you
Pyro
fused with
just-
the van.
Pyro just becomes Matthew Lillard every time he played Shaggy. It's like, I blacked out. I had over 1% of Shaggy's power.
Magimon and Vanmon do the fusion dance, and for 30 minutes they become
Yeah.
They become
Magic Vandramon.
using
The
power,
magic school bus.
Yep, using the power of fusion, a dance, and duct tape.
They become Frizzlemon.
Wizard
Ah,
portrait on the
the
side of the
face.
Vanmon.
Let's see. Next up, we have a question for Duskmon.
Oh boy.
And that is, what does Duskmon think of Kazam, as well as Lilo and Stitch 2? I would like to see a Duskmon movie review channel. And this is coming in from Crow.
I see.
No human
I
world
see.
stuff.
Well, those are the DVDs in the van, and it's
Oh,
assumed
yeah.
that we've played some of them while we were traveling.
Oh,
Um,
boy.
Duskmon, I feel, if asked about them, Duskmon would say that he was meditating for the entire trip and wouldn't have time for such trivial things as these strange movies that you're playing of such little import. But he's fucking riveted by Lilo and Stitch 2. It fucking speaks to him on a level he dare never admit.
Where's the first one?
I have to
It's-
know.
Like, I don't know if you guys saw that one Nicolas Cage movie with
Yeah.
I'm forgetting his name. The Burden of Incredible Talent, I think is the name of the movie.
Yep.
But it's like, what's your all number one movie? And it's like,
What's your
Paddington
number 3
2.
movie of all time?
Yeah,
Paddington 2.
yeah. That's Duskmon with Lilo and Stitch 2.
It's like, how could you possibly think? Just watch the film.
and that's where he's at with Digimon 2. I think he disassociated through most of Kazam. I think it was just too much for him. He
I
couldn't
think most
process
of us
it.
did. I think most of us did, to be fair.
Yeah, that's the standard thing to do when watching Kazam.
The thing is, Kazam is not actually a movie you watch. It is simply white noise.
It is. You
Screen
just
egg and
experience
habits.
I'm pretty sure my stoner friends don't even get high to that movie.
Oh no.
it.
It's like,
Bad
man, you're gonna
trip,
see some
man.
bad shit if you do that now.
Don't want him.
Nope. We do not want this.
But yeah, Duskmon very, very much relates to Lilo and Stitch too. He views himself as Stitch, and he views Lilo as Reiner. That he's some incredibly powerful being that could rip his person apart, but the person gives him strength.
Aw.
And he dare not perform such things.
That's honestly wholesome as hell. Uh,
Duskmon.
And now I have a question.
Yeah.
When he watches that movie, which eye does he cry through?
Ooh, the one on his left foot, so that he can kind of tuck it under his right leg, and nobody
So
can
he can
notice.
hide it.
Yeah.
So while he looks like he's
yeah.
meditating, he's just like,
Mhm.
"Hey, Duskmon, why is there a puddle back here? Someone spilled water bottles."
Exactly.
That's
I love
great.
how many eyes.
So many eyes.
Well,
yeah.
it seems as though he can choose which ones to cry from.
It's like redirecting lightning from Avatar.
Exactly.
But yeah, we can go on to the next question. I hope that answered your question.
The next one here is from Idiosync, and it is: will there be an appearance of everyone's favorite Digimon, Monmon or Koemon? which I believe is from, if I'm recalling correctly, Digimon World 3, and it's just the monkey-looking Digimon,
Yeah,
the
the
little green one.
caveman monkey thing. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's the one.
they're like, oh, we're gonna name it a monkey. It's like, okay, but monkey shortened down is mon, and oh no, we've made a mistake.
I'm about it.
As I would be interested to use Mon. I mean, it's definitely a Digimon that is a little more out there in comparison to like the more well-known Digimon. I like to think that I'm trying to have a little bit more versatility in what Digimon show up. Granted, I mean, everybody likes seeing their favorites and all the interesting ones that have appeared so far. But I want to think that I'm going to have some variety, if not in like big NPCs, at least in enemies that you guys see around different things of various different Digimon. It's like, oh, I didn't expect this here, but here we go.
And that's why Magimon's our next opponents.
Exactly. Thank you for reading my notes out loud to the entirety of chat. Now I have to change them.
And that's why after that, we're finding an entire village of Yokomon.
They've had it too good for too long.
That is
They all just link up like a.
That is 2 notes I have to scratch off of my list now. Thank you.
They all just combine into a giant Yokomon Gundam.
Love it.
It's just Yokomon Cross 9. Let's see. Next up, which, by the way, I'm deleting the questions as we're going through them so we don't have repeats. The dive form is not getting smaller.
It keeps getting bigger. People keep submitting new questions.
Yep.
Oh no.
I would say hold your fire, but keep them coming.
The next one here, I believe we've already answered this question, but is what was, or actually, I don't think we have answered this one, is what is everyone's favorite Digivice design?
I don't remember if I answered this.
Personally, gotta go, like, if I like the O2 design more as personally, I think
Me
O2
too.
in season 4, like it goes like season 4, season 2, season 1 for me in like order of top 3. But because of sheer good feelings with my boys that we've worked so hard on Adventure for, number 1 always edges out everything else every single time. The classic Digivice design, because we all have physical replicas of them that we've given out to the cast of Adventure Abridged.
Most of the cast. Every time we
Yeah.
see someone from the cast that hasn't gotten a replica Digivice, we make sure we get one for them.
We still need to get one to Manic, Res Tomato, and no, not Innovavet has one. I think it's just those two. No, Havenadian, who is TK.
Yeah.
And then the eternal question of who Kari will be, as well as Gatomon.
Who
But-
could truly say?
Which reminds me, thanks for that Digivice in the mail. Completely unrelated.
Yeah. Quiet, Gatomon.
Yes.
Uh,
Not the voice I would use. But anyway.
yeah, I'm kind of with Chase on this. Like, you almost have to disqualify the Adventures one because it's kind of like talking about your favorite suit design from Power Rangers. The nostalgia is too strong. You gotta always say the first one.
I mean, the classic, yeah, it's
Yeah.
up there.
But through all of our work on Tamers, I've grown a large appreciation for the D-Arc.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Red. Like, I'm disqualifying the Adventures one from being my number 1 because that's like a very easy winner for me because it's super simple, super streamlined. But Tamer's Digivice is just so unique with the Digimodify feature. And my number 3 would be. It's gotta be a tie for D3 and the season 4 Digivice.
The D-Scanner?
Yeah, the D-Scanner.
I do really like the D-Scanner, or I do really like the Detector as well.
Oh, Detectives, that's what it's called?
Yeah, the one with from Frontier.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's known as both technically.
Yeah,
Detector.
okay,
Oh,
probably
D-Scanner's the dub?
D-Scanners. Oh, the dub I think is Detector. The sub is D-Scanner.
D-Scanner
Oh.
sounds better because Detective's just a pun.
Yes.
True.
Which is kind of Digimon's shtick.
A little bit.
But like, that way you can become a wolf that uses kendo sticks that are lightsabers.
Exactly.
True.
Pyro,
for
your
game.
thoughts?
Is it weird for me to say the one that we're using right here and now, because every other Digivice they go for the whole like we got to make it look like futuristic and like super tech and whatnot, and ours just have this retro vibe that kind of stands out.
Technically,
No, that's
that's
totally
not a
fine.
Digivice. Technically,
It is
other than
now.
when we made it a Digivice. Yes, we made it a Digivice. It prior was not.
It was like V-Bats.
Yeah. It was the Tamagotchi game.
Yep.
Okay, that's fair then.
Which
I
who
still
knows?
stand by my statement though. I like it.
Yeah, I like it.
Who knows?
I like it as well.
Campaign 2, we might have our own original design.
Oh,
We'll have to see on that one.
It's gonna look like a a fistful of pocket knives.
It's
There
going
we
to look like a pistol.
That's gonna pew pew.
We're going to shoot our Digimon to make them Digivolve.
It'll be like,
Season
just dino
2.
charge.
Season
With
2 we see
mind bullets!
Season 2 we see Gary finally get his gun.
There's no way that was not the original pitch for what Marcus did. And then he had to tone it down for network sensors.
I like to imagine that his Digivice just would have been a pair of brass knuckles with a scanner on the knuckle portion.
It's a QR code.
But it makes the sound of like that beep noise when you're at the grocery store, like scanning an item every time it hits. Just beep. God, that would be
That's
beautiful.
funny.
Graham, what about you? What are your thoughts?
My favorites probably like the season 1. It's kind of like I don't think it's like special to me, so like I don't add it on the list and stuff because like it's definitely not my favorite design, but it's the one I grew up with. So, but
Iconic, yeah.
outside of that one being like its own exception, I think it just reversed like season 4's device, season 3, then season 2 in that order.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Alright.
I will say, though, the 2020 redesign of the first Digivice is pretty good.
Very sleek, very smooth.
Yeah.
I actually think it's kind of boring compared to it because like the old one, kind of like to Pyro's point, it feels more retro, feels a little more blocky, whereas that one's new, has a more smoother design to it.
Looks like an Apple product.
Yeah.
Like,
Ooh.
I think the O2 ones look most like an Apple product because like that little thing, like the little button in the middle, makes it look like an iPod,
Like
Oh,
like a
yeah.
little scroll wheel for an iPod.
Where do you think Apple got the idea?
Exactly.
Oh no.
God.
Let's see. I think for me, I really like. I really enjoy the one from Tamers, the season, the 03 one, followed by season 4. I do actually like the simplicity of the cell phone brick that is Data Squads. I think it's pretty interesting that aside from the fact that it's the Digivice and whatnot, that if I'm recalling correctly, I believe people actually used it like cell phones.
Sounds right.
I might be remembering wrong. Somebody please quote me on that, and be sure to at me on Twitter and say Nick was wrong. But
Scream at him. Point
but-
and scream.
But no, I definitely enjoy that. And as everyone was saying, yeah, I mean, like the 01 design, it's classic. You can't mess with classics. Like, just it's too good as it is. Leave it be.
Although Dark Horse pick Digivice 01 from the V-Tamer thing is so massively bulky. It's like a whole gauntlet, like a Pip-Boy from
Like-
Fallout.
Like the Power Glove.
Yeah, it's like a massive bracer that's got like a thing
Yeah.
that goes over to cover the top of your hand. And it looks like if you backhanded someone with it, you'd be charged with assault with a deadly weapon.
It's like half of Rio's
so
armor.
bulky. It really is.
I don't think I've seen this.
I'll post a link in chat and y'all can look it up. If you like search V-Tamer tie, you would see it. But yeah, it's a massive, bulky, half your arm Digivice thing. I'll post it in the stream voice chat thing that we have.
Perfect. And while we're doing that, I can go ahead and get us up on the next question here that we have,
Yeah.
Right,
which is go ahead.
quick before we hit next question. I just kind of while it was still in my head, I wanted to say because one of our folks in the community today has a birthday today. I just wanted to say happy birthday, Errol.
Happy birthday!
Happy birth.
Happy birth.
Happy birthday.
Happy just send into this whole day.
Proud.
Okay, that was it.
Perfect.
Hooray.
So the next question here, which I think it's not really related to Digi Destiny, but I think it's interesting enough. Is what is something that you'd all like to see from a new Digimon game?
Concise writing,
Thank you.
less dialogue.
I
Get to
just-
the point.
I just finished watching your Cyberslueuth stream. I forgot how long that intro was.
That was tame. That was so tame compared to Survive. And they've had like a decade to figure out to not do this between these two games. They got worse. Like,
Oh
we
my
kept making
gosh.
jokes about, like, oh no, they're about to be attacked. Well, we gotta talk about helping, and then we gotta talk to each other about the fact that we talked about it. Then we gotta talk about thinking of helping, and then when we go to help, we gotta talk about starting to help, and then we have to say how urgent it is, because it's very urgent. We really have to get on this. And then we have to talk to somebody else and get them involved with helping, and then we gotta start this whole process over again. And then we gotta go in there, and then it's a 2-second fight, and then they talk about the fact that the fight was resolved and how much danger there was, and restart the whole thing 75 times over. I also like JRPG writing. I don't mind JRPG writing or visual novel stuff. I find good visual novels have lengthy dialogue that contributes to the plot and furthers the character development and the story and everything that's involved. So, like, having lengthy dialogue is like reading a big, long book. It can be good. You can do that. Instead, you're just like, well, we gotta fucking get this thing to be 80 hours. Like, nobody takes a JRPG seriously if it doesn't take you 100 hours to finish it. So we gotta make it 100 hours long with the skip dialogue button. And that's too much. I'm not about it. And then also, as people said in the chat, English voice acting would be great.
Yes.
Oh yes. Just to piggyback a little bit off of what you said, Chase,
Mhm.
with the more concise writing, I feel like it was treated more like just like a visual novel story and less like a Digimon game. Because I remember it takes so long to get to the promise of the premise,
Mhm.
and there is actually one chapter in Cyber Sleuths where it's just hit A to continue text chats. And it's just like so long because I was trying to blast through that game just to get the golden Digi, and it was right after that chapter, and then all
Also-
I did was hit next,
It's so
next,
frustrating.
and one character just talks about coffee.
And Chase, I was about to say that character that you and Grim ran into at the very end, Kyoko. Her main character trait is she talks about mixing terrible coffee combinations she wants you to try. Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna try this asparagus and mayonnaise coffee. You want to try it? And everyone's like, no, yeah. So less of that, please. And also character customization. Can we please design how a character looks?
Yes.
That'd be
For
nice.
the love of God. Also, learn from Persona.
Yeah.
Please, if you're gonna do this style of thing, learn from Persona and see that, like, interacting with characters improves your Digimon in certain ways. And it's not like the way Survive did it, where it's just like there's a punch 'em option, a runaway option, and a middle ground. And if you pick the right one of the right thing, that will be what makes your Digimon do this thing. And it was very obvious of like, this is going to determine your stat. So if you want your stat min-max, you got to pick this. And it's like, that's not what you should do to customize your Digimon. It should be other more fun elements than picking dialogue that you don't feel is in character.
I just want to say I did enjoy Cyber Sleuths once I got into it, but yeah, it was rough. It was a bit rough getting in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's also, stop trying to copy Pokemon. Pokemon's good on its own for a reason. You're Digimon. Don't be Pokemon. It's not hard.
I
Do
don't
another
mind.
game.
I don't mind the grinding aspect of Digivolve up and Digivolve back down to get points in order to get to like this unlock this specific one. Given how long the game is, I don't mind that necessarily.
Mhm.
If you need like a gimmick to Digivolve to like lock off these really powerful options, I get it. But just at least include more options, because like for example,
Yeah.
there's like so many Digimon that aren't even in Cyber Sleuths, like Monochromon, Mistymon.
Fucking what I feel, and this is just a mechanical element. So like the story can be its own thing, but make a new rookie Digimon, brand new to the game, that's basically like the Digimon equivalent of Mew from Pokemon, where it's like
Oh.
it has data of every Digimon in it, and you as the player are tasked with unlocking its potential. And it is able to digivolve into every Digimon that exists, and each Digimon has a class of type that allows you to progress on the map and allows you to like get different forms and different like advantages and different stuff. And as you keep progressing, you unlock more forms, and doing certain dialogue options gives you more forms. Like being able to customize things through that of like, all right, I got these three forms. I want to combine elements of each of the three of them. And then you can digivolve down and back up as part of the mechanics in the game of like, all right, I got to crack through a boulder, then I got to climb a waterfall, then I got to soar and like fly and glide. I'm going to like swap into these three forms basically and do those travel mechanics off the Digimon. And then you just have the one partner.
I feel like of the existing Digimon game options that exist, the Cyber Sleuth games are the best that we have. But I feel as though there's definitely clear room for improvement and evolution. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what they do as the next step. And I hope they freaking make them better, because I enjoyed them, but I feel as though those things holding it back from its full potential.
Yeah.
And I will say, I understand like you gotta be smart with the Digimon you include and the ones you don't include. There's very few very little likelihood you can include everything. But why did we only get Fire and Light from season 4?
And only like the
in
two
Hacker's
gold
memory, yeah, you can get only 2 of
Yeah.
the spirits.
So just to talk about things that the chat was talking about, G-Man SCP says stop giving your Digimon short lifespans and making you reset all your progress. That is exactly what I wanted to address with my idea. That
Yes.
you just have the one Digimon and it digivolves back and forth using some mechanical resource in the game to get through certain areas and have its various abilities and forms and whatever. And then Sonic 14,000 said, instead of trying to catch them all, give me one partner that actually interacts with the story. Just have me unlock evolution forms as the game goes on, and after fights, they turn back to rookie. Exactly. It should feel like you are on an adventure with your best friend, and everybody else has their best friend with it. This is not fucking have 6 Pokemon and fucking have a team and swap through your type advantages. So you got fucking one, and this is your best fucking friend, and they can do anything. And you grow together. That's Digimon.
Exactly, and there
I
should also
guess-
be along those lines, like if this is your best friend and you only have the one like partner essentially, then in order to counterbalance it, of like, well, I don't have a team for balancing and things like that. Well, here's what you could do: fucking throw tamer skills in there. Make it so your tamer actually has some abilities to do things and manipulate the fucking battlefield.
Or
Fucking
potentially build a party of NPC tamers that have their own partners.
Yeah,
Yeah.
make it an RPG party.
Yeah, and they get stronger the more you interact with them.
Other
and unlock even
things.
stories.
Digimon has this mechanic of when your Digimon dies, it doesn't die, it goes back to an egg. That's the perfect checkpoint mechanic. When you lose a battle, you revert to an egg and you get reset to a previous area where your Digimon hatches from the egg and it's got the same fucking shit as before it died.
So what I'm
And it's
hearing
just
is
like-
they should really hire us.
Yeah, they really
Yeah,
should.
guys, contact
At
Toei.
this
Take
fucking
notes!
Point, Jesus Christ.
Reggie,
Send this
take
video-
fucking
God.
notes.
Send this video to Toei. Let them know that they can just pay us out for this idea.
Yeah, that'd be great. You
Kid,
know, like
God.
If the kids scream about the Sonic game getting like a 3D component to the 2D, 10 years later, we have a shot.
yeah, we
There we
think
go.
we've got it.
Dude,
We got this.
Make
We
this
got
happen,
this unlocked.
guys.
We'll take a small pay cut in exchange for them not attacking our videos.
Yeah, we'll just say that. Just let us keep doing Digi Destiny and leave us alone.
Yeah.
Just keep our ideas. Stop fighting us on Digimon Abridged. Let's make the content.
Let's just make the thing, please.
Bandai, for the love of God, you've never been able to do an American launch of any product other than like stuff that's not
Powers.
Digimon.
For the
Like
love of
anything that's
God.
not Digimon, you can figure it out. You've never been able to do it for Digimon. Please listen to Americans about what Americans want for Digimon, I beg of you.
Exactly. I
Just
think
this once.
I think this covers kind of our big bulk on things. We've had a nice angry rant about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is what Storm and I talk about on call rides.
Fair. I look forward to seeing how the Youmacon card drive is going to be, where I'm just going to be sitting in between
Oh
the
my
twins,
God.
back and forth bickering, and I'll just be here like on my phone, like these are my two things.
When I saw this question in the dive, I was like, "Oh, Storm and I are ready for this."
We're about to go off. Let them cook. But the next question I have for the dive is actually one that all of you can answer at least, which I think will be interesting takes, is what has been one of your favorite moments in game so far?
I have none.
Ooh.
Wow, cold and heartless. I have to up my game.
That was my thing. I was like, not yet.
That just means that they trust you so much, Nick, that they know every moment moving forward is going to be even better than every moment we've had so far.
I've been having
Obviously,
a
is what they
terrible
mean.
time, actually.
Please don't TPK us.
Everyone out here just throwing tomatoes at me. Meanwhile, Chase is just like, please, benevolent DM, do not listen to the non-believers. They do not know what they say.
Feel my character, at least.
Spare me, sir.
I think
Nick, just like Gary, you must build an ark, for I will flood the world soon.
I will flood the digital world. You must take two
Don't
of
let
every
Terriermon
Digimon.
on.
Do not, for the love of God.
Oh,
I think
sorry.
I think for me, the introduction of Datamon as a fun NPC was very stands out to me because that was our first kind of there was a lot of first big things in that fight, in that encounter. One, you introduced a Digimon from the anime that was introduced as a villain. So immediately when we met that character, just instinctively with me, my guard was up. Then it was like, oh no, he's chill, he's cool, awesome. And then we had to fight him, and it was like, oh fuck. But also just very much a fun character that I enjoy interacting with all the time. And that was
great.
Also, the encounter had our first big dice explosion with the 44 brains check.
That should have been a 47, apparently.
Apparently, it should have been bigger.
God.
So
Yeah.
I'm waiting for someone to break 50, and then I'm just going to start being like, all right, cool. Hey, guess who's the DM for the next 5 minutes? I'm going to go walk away for a bit. Let me know what happens.
That's not a huge round. I'm letting everyone else answer first.
Fair. Same. I'm also holding back.
Okay, well, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, my favorite things probably the Digi-evolutions, but specifically I think at the moment, Striker-Dramon evolution, just because of how it was a cool thing and then it became kind of a chaotic, scary thing. Like,
That was really fun.
yeah,
I love
'cause-
how different that was compared to everyone else's Digivolutions.
yeah, which I think is like I like everyone else's evolution, especially you know
Impmons.
Impmons and stuff. But yeah, I definitely I liked Striker Dramon's the most because it was just very scary and like offsetting. But
It's
yeah,
become a very important part of Monodramon's story, which I think is
one
interesting.
sec, someone's on my doorbell. That was my answer.
Fair enough.
Be right back.
Pyro?
My favorite moment was the time that Riot was right. No, JK. My favorite moment was the time that I got to kick a dog. No, JK. My favorite moment actually is kind of the first time Riot got his ass beat because of the fact that I got to go everywhere from vision of device kind of thing and actually making something that is helpful to this point in the game so far, like developing a tech device to shield people, and then that kind of put my character into more of a okay, maybe I can build other things that can help out throughout this for the players.
Oh, definitely. I mean, it's nice to have a humbling moment.
Sadly,
Sometimes all you need is to get your ass kicked.
Oh, don't worry, we're gonna get a humble. Did we not humble Duskmon with Fist of Fate?
He's still never been defeated, quote unquote, in his mind.
Oh, we can fix that.
Oh, I know. It's so thoroughly fixable. This man does not have a grasp on reality.
He got humbled once at the very start, and it's just been uphill from there.
I mean, yeah.
Well, I was AFK.
Again, it's just like he's been knocked down a peg, but he's never been defeated. So it's like, yeah, there are setbacks, but I'm still the strongest being in the entire digital world. So like it's fine. Like all I gotta do is just try harder and then use some of that sweet Reiner juice, and I'll digivolve again, and it's good. Like this is my get out of jail free card. I got no problems.
Unrelated note, Chase, I just love how when Flamemon tried to punch Dustmon in the last fight, like we just narrate that he just closes one of the eyes as a shield to block the punch.
Hold on, I missed. I was AFK. What did I miss?
Just talking about stuff you'll see in the VOD.
Yeah.
Damn it! I'm here now.
Okay,
Well,
so basically, our favorite moments from the stream.
Yeah, I know.
I think my favorite fully was just, for one, for me, for Grayson personally, the giant ass explosion, because that was very satisfying for me as his player.
Right.
And but just in general, damn.
Do you want to
They-
take a second to think about it some more? I can say mine.
Yeah, sure, by all means, because every session there's something great.
Aw,
Awesome, yeah.
thanks. My heart.
Absolutely. For me, it was definitely that I got to have the Savage Gary session. Where
Yes.
because he's definitely got this huge sense of justice, and he really cares about like the little guy, and especially from his current work experience, where he is the little guy, and he's getting constantly aggrieved every day, and he can't really do anything about it. And if he says anything, then he'll just lose his position and be in a way worse spot. So he can't do anything for himself. But he relates to that a lot to other people's scenarios. And when it's like, I would love someone to say something on my behalf. Like, I would love for someone to speak up for Gary when I'm in this internship where everybody just shits on me all the time. And nobody does. So when he sees other people that are in that position where it's like they just need someone to have their back, then especially that's when Gary wants to speak up. So with Gankuomon and Huckmon, it was like that is peak Gary. That is absolutely fucking I gotta go in on this. And then that led immediately to Salamon, who was bullying us, being in a position where he wasn't a scary fucking dude that was able to loan shark us because positions above him made him calm the fuck down. That at that point it's like, oh hey, cool. How do you like it when people above you treat you poorly? Does it suck? I bet it does. Maybe learn maybe. And he didn't. But you know, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you don't learn.
It's a shame, Matt.
Yeah. It's okay. God told them that we were evil. So
It's
you know,
it's
these things happen.
it's okay. You got a message from the Lord.
Yeah. That's always justified actions in the past with no further need to look into it.
Jesus,
any
what do
rate.
you mean I have to go and fight a man with glasses?
Treat others nicely, but what if they're poor? Then I fucking stutter.
Storm, were you able to
Oh,
think
yeah.
of anything
Yeah,
as
go
well?
for
Or?
it, Storm.
Like I said, the 44 stands the fuck out.
It's
But I
so
think-
good.
Gary's moment of just like telling Gankuman off is so satisfying, especially for how Gary has just been like the coward for, up to that point, and just really standing his ground against this guy with a fireball for a shadow,
Mhm.
Yep.
and just
Oh yeah, fucking the chat mentioned another moment I had wanted to expound on that I didn't really get to in
By all
the
means.
episode. They're talking about the Wizardmon Digivolution, and
Oh,
like
yeah.
that scene was like super tense, and that we almost died. We didn't get to go through it a lot because the situation was dire enough that Nick took over, and if he didn't, then this wouldn't have worked very well. But Gary was ready to shove Magimon through the hole and just get crushed. Like that was absolutely where he was at with it. When he was picking up Magimon and trying to get him to do the thing where it's like, you do that, you like get the thing through there, and then we'll get you through, and then you pull me through. Gary was lying to Magimon to get him to do that so that he could just have Magimon be safe. because there was no way Gary was getting out in his mind. So it's like if I try to get out, Magimon will try to get me out, and then we'll both die. So I have to say that I'm gonna get out, and then that'll
Nah.
just be it. So that was like a cool moment that I didn't get to go into a whole lot, but like the Digivolution took over and it saved them both. So it was super quiet for a good while. Because he was grappling with his own mortality for a hot second or two, realizing that he didn't have to die because he was super ready to die. So you can go back and just see him fucking shook for a super long time. Even when introducing Wizardmon, it's like, yeah, this is the cool friend that I made. He's great. I love him. What a good guy.
Actually, fun. Now that you mentioned that, I realize one of my favorite moments is Flamemon Digivolution to a Goonimon. Just because I feel as though Flamemon felt like he was letting down himself and Riot by seeing all of his peers getting stronger and like rising to the challenge. And just like when he finally got the chance to Digivolve, all that like frustration that he was feeling at himself just released, and he could finally just experience more of his potential that he knew he had. They just could not access for whatever reason, be it his own shortcomings or whatever block he was facing.
I've been loving what you've been doing with Flamemon for a long time. Like the being mad whenever you fail checks and fucking trying to get stronger, and then the rivalry with Duskmon. Super fun.
Oh yeah, the rivalry with those two is so fun and completely accidental till that they are both like spirits that have this rivalry. It just sort of naturally happening that they're both kind of hothead show-offs who are like, oh yes, I'm the strongest. And that's cute that you say that, but let's be real.
Oh, I love it.
I like that that's the core of their rivalry. Not that they don't like one another. It's that they like, no, I'm the tough one. No, I'm the tough one.
It's a wholesome rivalry.
Oh my god.
It's also I really like the element that neither of them cuts the other one down, really. Like neither one of them is like, you are not tough. I am tough. It's like I am tougher.
Oh yeah.
It's
not like no.
But we don't have that energy of like, yeah, go for it.
Yeah, it's like, Flamemon, that's cute. No, you're weak. Let me put down. It's like, yes, you're strong, but this requires real strength.
Exactly. I'm fully about it. They're like regularly acknowledging each other's strength without complimenting the other one, because it implies that might be like, oh, if I say that he's super strong, then like then he's gonna think that he's better than me, and he's not. And I'm the strong one. So like we can't go all the way there. But also it makes no fucking sense to insult this man. He's like a fucking pinnacle of might and toughness.
It's just
like,
that
I'm obviously stronger.
It's just
so much fun.
Oh god, it's like that scene of just like, it's just like, I love you, bro. I love you too, bro. But I'll never say it to your face, bro. I know, bro. Next question we have here comes from Tara in the server. And says, what was the most emotionally moving moment of the Digimon franchise, or at least the one that made you cry or resonated with you on a personal level?
I can answer this one just off the bat.
Are we discounting Leomon's death? Are we disqualifying that?
I want to say
Which one
that
I know is the next question, but like, just bear with me. We're gonna lump them all into one thing.
I assume any Leomon related activities we have to put in a box just labeled the cry corner. So knowing that exists, moving past that.
Oh man, because my answer was going to be Beelzemon's Fist of the Beast King.
Ooh,
God,
so good.
Just him trying to get to Jerry, trying like this last ditch moment of redemption for himself, trying to correct his mistakes, and he fucking fails.
Yeah, that one I was
you're
up
a
there.
dick.
So good. Such a good moment.
Oh yeah.
I loved a lot of the Impmon angst, like up to before Beelzemon, like that he obviously knew where his tamers were, but refused to interact with them. I thought that was really interesting. We haven't really seen a Digimon that's like, my tamers aren't ready for me yet. And that was kind of a little bit of it with how they were kind of treating him. He was like afraid to go back to them. And I really liked a lot of that angst.
He was almost
in there.
traumatized.
It was really fucking good. Impmon's such a good character in that,
Oh, yeah.
in that season.
Yeah.
So good.
We've started writing episode 5, and we just haven't gotten to his scene yet. And it was like, oh, we want to get to him.
Let's just get there, dang it.
Trying to think of other moments that fucking hit me.
Let's see. I think on my end of things, I really enjoyed the emotional impact in Frontiers when our main boy ended up actually turning into Flamemon and had to
Oh, yeah.
watch his own journey go through and like see all just everything kind of fall apart around him.
Yeah.
That was very emotionally moving of just like, I am here, but I literally can do fucking nothing about it.
Frontier is when my memory of the franchise starts getting a little fuzzy, but I will say, as a twin, the near death of a fellow twin is always going to be a
cheat code?
oh yeah, it's always going to be a cheat code for me. So when Koichi gave himself that Koji and Koya could go mega, that was a solid moment for me. But also,
Ooh, I just remembered one that fucking. It's a small moment. Blinking, you'd miss it, but it just sort of hit me pretty hard remembering it.
what's up?
There's this one scene in Digimon 02 where we see the origins of the villain, the one that's like looks like Tommy Wiseau. But like when we have a flashback of the Digi Destiny going back to the digital world, and he just has a picture of Cody's father, who is dead at this point, holding it up to them teleporting up, and just says,
yeah.
"Look, do you see it? It's real." Just like he knew it was real, and he just misses his friend so much and wishes he was here to see it. It's just a very humanizing moment. Like, fuck.
But for an otherwise very unorthodox character for that season.
Yeah, just almost like that. It was just like cheat codes to getting me cry.
Pyro, your thoughts? As we all get tears in our eyes.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm probably going to like sound like a Pulse fan or something like this. It's not that I haven't watched a lot of the stuff. It's that I haven't watched a lot of the stuff recently. So it's all left my brain in that way. I've watched our freaking Digimon Abridged series a couple of times, and like I can get behind like the connection Matt has with his brother and like a lot of the stuff we've covered so far. But actually watching through the Digimon series in totality or any of the franchises, it's been a minute. It's been since like childhood. It's actually part of the reason I'm hoping we do like some of those marathons in the server and stuff because I can get back into the memory of it.
Enjoy the dubisms.
We'll try.
Oh wow, so good thing we came across your cousin and not hitchhiking with strangers.
Grim?
There's a lot, and like with James, it's been like a hot second for like me watching like the third season and stuff. I remember watching the first and second season like 4 years ago. So it's been a hot second. I feel like it's between two. Like the one I have in mind, it's not really like super emotional, but more like awesome, like encouraging was the Omnimon evolution in the
That's
movie.
true. We didn't. We
that
just
one.
said emotional. It doesn't necessarily mean sad.
Yeah, so that one is definitely like up there. Like, the Beelzemon one, where he did the fist ability was really cool too. But I wanted to pick something else, of course. And then one that I guess was kind of like I got really sad about was in Ghost Game when Gamamon was forgotten entirely and nobody knew who he was. and he's just sitting there, and it's like literally a 5-year-old being told being told by parents like, "Who are you?" And like
Yeah, that's
that
the
was
neat thing
that's
to do with Digimon. They
horrible.
portray him as really.
that was really it was really hard because Gamamon's built up to be this like the epitome of like even more of a child than freaking like Patamon.
Ye-
Patamon, like
Giramon?
Gilmon. I mean, most of the Digimon that are
I
like
mean, like
kids,
fucking
like Gamamon's.
Gilmon's got like the mentality of a child, but he also has like naturalistic, kind of impulsive, like monster urges.
Yeah.
Gamamon's actually a baby.
Yeah, he's
Like there's not a single mean bone in his whole body other than plot related things later. But like fucking he's just a little guy. There's
Hello,
nothing more
M-baby.
to him.
yeah, and
He's
so
literally M baby.
I mean, and also
He's
this
just
happened more than
so
once.
almighty.
This happened more than once because like the same thing happened when freaking well, I guess that might have been the same one, but it's like the other one's like way near the end. So that one was and that was like a different thing. But yeah, because the other one was with those other Digimon that take over people's identities and stuff. I think that was in the same that was basically it, right? Chase? Or am I thinking of like two
I
different
think
ones?
that no, I think that is the one you're talking about.
Okay.
have to-
Because there's like
yeah,
a
but I
second
think
time
that
where
is-
Gawamon's like, hey guys, and everyone's not the same. It's like, huh? And, like,
Oh
it's
yeah,
more than
that is
once.
definitely another one. That's
I
another. I
think
know
that
what you're talking about. I don't want to
yeah.
spoil it for anybody who hasn't.
That's
seen
why
it,
I'm
but that is
trying so hard not
another
to spoil it because it's a newer
Thank
Yeah,
you.
there's
On the
two
thing.
different ones.
Yeah,
There's
watch
Well,
it.
everything's
two different ones
episonic.
for sure.
That's the only problem with Ghost games. Everything's episodic. So like there's a lot Ghost game would be the one that has like 5 different ones if they actually had a concurrent kind of storyline to it, which it's there, but it's all covered with episodic episodes. But yeah, that Gamamon one, I remember I even watched that twice, I think. And I was like, oh my god, this hurts so much. I've never been this hurt before from a show because I've just you never see this happen. So yeah, that's probably like my most emotional one for like different levels of like what's going on here. The child
That's
needs his
fair.
parent.
Where are your parents, child? Uh,
Also, before we go into the next question, we have in the stream waiting room someone seeking to ask their question live.
certainly we can do that.
How dare they?
I'm not out.
I will pull them.
Tell
on-
me.
Tell me.
So long as it's not
Oh,
Astro. Oh
Hello,
my god.
Astro Delta.
Astro!
It is Astro Delta.
Hi, Astro.
You're muted.
When you're ready, Astro, feel free to ask our question. We'll do our best to answer it.
Trying.
Hello,
I
Astro of the
can't hear it
Deltas.
again.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Welcome.
Yeah, that was my mic being the glorious. I can hear everything in the background because it does that, and then other days it doesn't. I need to get a new mic. That is the story of
It
this.
do be like that.
shebang.
It really do.
Yeah, so I have a lot of questions, but I'm going to limit myself to 4 because I don't want to take it away from all the other questions on the form.
Completely
Um,
fair.
So, actually, technically, I have 3.5 or
Okay.
3.252.
Well, let's start getting through the first one at least.
You have 3 wishes. Use them.
So I have asked this question before, and I've gotten answers from Storm, Red, and Pyro. But if the bullies were turned into Digimon, what Digimon would they be?
That's a super good question. I feel like, and I'll vamp to give Grim time to think of his answer for Reiner as well. I've planned Gary in a bunch of different ways. I have kind of some various endings set up for Gary in my head of his levels of progression as like a human being, depending on how the story goes and where it takes him and like what based on just everything. So if he, I'll suffice to say for the question for now, I feel like he would be either. Let me make sure I got the name right on this. I think it's the one that I'm thinking. Okay, I was close. That was the champion form of it. That's why I gotta double check these names. Gary would be either a Hagurumon, little gear man, little gear boy,
Yeah, love that dude.
or he would be a Commandramon.
Rank and file. Keep it at it.
Yep.
I actually forget the answer I gave you, Astro.
I also forgot the answer you gave me.
Well, while we're all here, we may as well answer it for people. So,
Yeah, I
you
mean,
know,
It
Well,
was
Nick would
one of
obviously
like,
be
I think it was-
Nickmon.
I mean, naturally, that's how it goes.
Yeah, it was a little late at night on one of like the streams that Pyro was doing on here, so I think only like 3 or 4 people heard, and I think funnily enough, it's now only mods and other schmucks who heard at the time.
Oh, fair
Like
enough.
one other person. Because I know
Totes.
I
Blue
definitely think I remember mine was Shoutmon.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. You
that
you
one-
said Chapmon.
Mm-hmm.
I
This
also
loud
forget
boy.
my answer.
Mm-hmm.
Numamon.
Oh god.
I guess that makes your rookie a Chumon?
Numamon.
Actually, you don't happen to recall what I said for ER, do you?
No.
Ah,
Don't
damn. Why am I so bad at this?
I think,
Well,
wait, I think you said Gomamon. Or
Yeah, I think so.
Gatsumon.
That sounds familiar, yeah. I vaguely remember someone saying Gomamon.
Oh, okay. I just scrolled through a list of rookies. I think I said Hawkmon for Grayson.
Yeah, that sounds right.
That sounds about right.
Yeah. For ER, may I suggest Toy Agumon, because if you break him down into little pieces, he just builds himself back up.
or
There we
Clear
go.
Agumon, which is the same thing, but clear.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
I'm down for that. Toy Agumon.
Grim?
So this is referring to what Digimon our tamer would be if they were a
Yes.
Digimon.
Yeah, if they got turned
if
into a
Reiner
Digimon,
was a
what Digimon
Digimon.
would they be?
Any of the Bancho evolutions or Gankuomon?
I
Fair.
like that.
But
If I
like
may
a
re-
better Gankuomon than the one we met.
If I may make a recommendation for Ryder, I just put it in the chat box.
Yeah,
Just
right.
this little dinosaur-looking guy with samurai armor.
Oh yeah,
Or
that's
hear
fair.
me-
That's a fun one.
There's a Digimon that I want to recommend because there's a question later about if we could have a second partner. I would like to make a recommendation for Reiner when we get to that one.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Okay.
I think that
I'm with
covers the first one on things, Astro. So,
Yep, that does. The second one would be because, there's a bunch of artists flying around here. What is everyone's canon height, if you know it?
Let me
Good
check my
question.
sheet because I don't know if it's written down there.
I don't know if mine was written down either. I'm gonna check on my end too.
well, now's the time to lock it in, everybody.
Roll 20!
I'm gonna say Eeyore's like 8 feet tall. Yeah.
8 feet tall with wings.
At
Sounds
what?
Yeah.
pretty short.
At what age? 16.
Yeah.
Okay,
gotta grow
Gary is canonically 5'11".
We stand our tall kings.
I think Eeyore would be about maybe like 5'8", 5'9".
His growing has been stunted. His bones have been stunted from all the damage.
His bones will not grow anymore, so his muscle will only increase.
It's
His
all
bones
about
are-
rods.
His bones are on strike.
He's gonna go outwards instead of upwards.
Exactly.
I didn't have it written down, so I'm gonna say he is 5'12", aka 6.
He writes
Sounds
it down as
okay.
5'12", though, because it sounds more intimidating.
Grayson is 6'3". No, he's not. No. He fucking wishes. He's like 5'9".
He's average
So
height.
right now, Reiner's Eeyore is the shortest.
Yeah.
He's just a little guy.
I like
He's
to
a short
imagine.
king.
I like to
But
imagine
I think
Rhinos
it-
a little taller.
With the most powerful.
Yeah, I was
Digimon.
thinking Reiner would be a little bit taller, so I'm just gonna say by like 1 inch, so like 6'1".
just enough to get over
Just-
Riot.
It's
Just
just
to rub
a
it in.
hair. And this comes like a real life situation. One of my closest friends, when I first met him, after we talked like online because we found out we are 10 minutes from each other, he walked up to me and I was like, what's happening? He's like, damn it. I'm like, what? He's like, you're 1 inch taller than me. Why is everyone I meet 1 inch taller than me?
This, I believe, puts Gary squarely in the middle height-wise, which is perfect for where his theme sits.
Excellent. Middle of the road.
Middle boy.
Yep. So, friends, be sure to write that down. For anyone who's on the wiki side of things, you know what you need to do.
We need fan art of the tall guys on the far side, ER and Grayson second from the middle, and Gary square in the middle. Just height shit.
If Gary could have any energy of any character on like a group formation thing, it would be Mike Wazowski that he's blocked out by some other element in the thing. Like there's a sticker over his face.
We're taking a picture in front of Vanmon and the car door opened in front of him.
If that happens, here's the thing. If that happens, what it'll be is there'll be a picture of like, when we inevitably put this to Spotify or something like that. And it's like, here's all the artwork with Gary in the middle, and it's going to be a sticker, but it's not even going to be something related. It's going to be the featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series sticker.
Perfect.
It'll be a Baskin Robbins coupon for the Shrek 2 DVD.
I just wanted to say I put it in my notes actually as 512.
As you should.
I will say this. On the wiki, I will say 512, and then in parentheses on Hyper Strike, it's going to say 6 feet.
Yep. Good. As
Just
it
to
should
make
be.
The audience's confusion then immediate solve, but why?
Because then no one can go and change it because it's there.
Perfect.
Exactly.
Facts.
You said you have one-ish more?
There was the 0.5 was the question about the Digimon, since that question was asked before.
Fair enough. Alrighty, so alright.
It's pretty short. What are the boys' favorite seasons, as in like weather? So like fall and winter. And
Season 2, best opening.
Not that. I knew someone was gonna say that. I knew it.
ER is a summer boy.
Summer.
Yeah.
When you can run into
Skateboard.
everything. Yep.
Anytime it's summer for Reiner, there's always cicadas, even in areas that cicadas don't exist.
What is
He
that?
always has that
attack on me?
cicada sound. He always has that like summer in Japan vibe, no matter what's happening. It's too boncho to ever not have it be Japanese summer wherever he goes.
As much as like that's true, I feel like it for the side of Reiner when he cooks and stuff, probably like fall winter, because that's when comfort food is most wanted type of thing. But
It's
yeah,
also after fresh harvest, so a lot of
Exactly.
big ingredients would be
hmm
in good supply.
yeah, I think of like Hokkaido where it's like it gets super cold and stuff, like or like like Russia or like any of those cold places where it's like they do a lot of stews and stuff. So
I feel like
Yeah.
Grayson hit, in stark contrast to me, his favorite season is winter. Not because he likes the cold, but he has an excuse to stay inside and just be on his computer.
Yep.
So no one can
Completely
take him
fair.
outside to say, "Hey, you need to go outside. Stop spending time on technology. Go outside."
No.
I refuse.
I mean, I never had
Couldn't
that
be me.
problem. But I knew people who had that problem.
For Gary, his favorite season is fall for sure.
And he is right.
He would like winter more, but there's too many problems that arise from that much snow, and he stresses out about it. Like the van can't get new snow tires, so it's gonna probably spin out on the way to work, and I don't want to deal with that.
You're like,
I
I
gotta
have to
get
leave.
up early to start the
Yeah.
van to get all the snow off the front of it, and I gotta like shovel the driveway before I leave. And the driveway is so goddamn long. Like he just hates the aspect of snow, and then like I think he'd probably appreciate. I think he likes spring, but he has allergies that are probably bad enough that it's not a fun season for him.
Are you sure you're just not pulling from me? Because this sounds like the story of my life.
That's Gary. He's a holistic character. He's got a lot of elements people can relate to. He probably doesn't like fall a ton because there's a lot of foliage that like falls into the yard and he's got to rake leaves all the time. But it's still the best out of the options, all things considered.
Oh yeah.
Did we get an answer for Pyro for Riot or no?
For what was the question again? One more time.
Favorite season?
Favorite season?
Yeah,
Flat
following year.
I would imagine he'd prefer summer over winter.
Less school, more hanging out at the shop.
Yeah, pretty much. Get
That
more
works out.
done, more customers come in. People got places to be. So work keeps
Whenever business gets low, you get to show people your thumbtack collection.
up.
Just kidding.
The one other thing that Riot is proud of other than his mechanical prowess. Hey guys, you want to check out my thumbtacks?
Spread conveniently in front of the shop so that
The worst part is that he's only just started, so he's only got like 7.
This was the mid edition.
How do I know? I found it, and
I found it on the road.
it means it's
Someone
mint.
brought it in their tire.
That means it's
Tight knit's
fresh.
good.
And
Okay.
then you had one more, I think, or were you all?
Yeah, so this one might be a little longer than the others because it's a bit more thinky.
Oh yeah, we can think. I believe we have brain power.
But what
think we
are
can
the
think.
boys' favorite hobbies outside of school/work? So I know some of these answers, but others not so much.
Who wants to start? Grayson? Is it computer games, Grayson? Is that what it is, Grayson?
Oh, just because he's a computers guy who's always on his laptop, you think, and the fact that he wears a VR headset everywhere, you
Rock
think
climbing.
Yes, it's computer games. Yes.
Now here's the question: is he a PC gamer? Is he an emulator? Or what's he
Yes
doing?
and yes.
Oh, so
He's
full spectrum.
Oh yeah. Anything he can download legally or questionably, he does.
Fair.
He's but most of his games are mod to high hell.
I'm imagining that he's somehow figured out how to mod, like, he has a Linux computer that has emulators for Windows and Mac, and on the Mac one, there's an emulator for Windows. And on that, he still stresses the limits of what his computer can accomplish.
He's
like
got
3 virtual machines.
Yeah, let's say he has a couple VMs. Okay, and this is my Nintendo emulator. I don't have anything from the current gen yet. I got some stuff from the N64, some Atari stuff. But mainly I'm more into like the strategy games.
They're better
Like,
than
he's
Dolphin
huge into
Emperor
XCOM.
man.
He would play
It's
XCOM.
cute.
Yeah. And he save cheats. Every time his team wipes, he just reloads from previous save. He's like, I don't like that. I trained these guys up for so long. All my other guys are rookies.
I would say ER, obviously skateboarding. Funny enough, actually rock climbing. He's got a few injuries that way.
Gymnastics.
No, actually, but snowboarding.
Yeah.
It's like
Enjoying the winter
skateboarding,
sports.
but with snow.
Yeah. All the boardings.
All the boards.
Waterboarding.
Exactly.
I mean, surfing.
I believe wakeboarding might be in that list, but
Who is Saddam Hussein?
well.
You could surf on air, probably, for like once.
Yes, actually, you can. There's like this thing where you can skydive with a board. My uncle used to teach skydiving.
Huh.
This is not in character. This is actual Storm.
Yep.
No, I was aware, but you learn something new every day.
Exactly. What about Gary?
Gary is Gary's into a lot of do-it-yourself stuff, like videos, tutorials, stuff like that. He's the kind of guy who goes window shopping for like houses, even though he's like 40 years off from being able to get the initial payment on anything set up. And he's like, God, one day I'd be able to make my own mailbox. Like, but he doesn't really apply any of the skills that he learns. So he generally does that, I think, and there's a lot of other stuff with his other hobbies that I want to go into a bit later. Like there'll be another question later that's like, why does Gary have sleight of hand, and that goes into some other stuff that I want to have explored in game. So some of his other stuff that he's into, he'd be doing that too, and it falls into a similar vein of like DIY learning, instructional kind of videos on YouTube, stuff like that.
Gary at age 35, sitting in his house, reading the newspaper, puts it down. I should build a fence.
Yep. Gary is at least the kind of person that thinks he could do that. Whether he can or not remains to be seen, but he believes himself to be capable.
Hey
Well, you
man,
better get a
confidence is all there.
because apparently you need a fence permit in a lot of places in the U.S. to build a gosh dang fence.
Now I need to write down Earl Vista's policy on fences. Thanks. God. Pyro,
I would like to pitch that there isn't one because Mayor Pasternak ran on the slogan, Mayor Pasternak is not on the fence, and he has yet to patch any listings on it. Fencing has gone rampant in the town.
Oh,
Both the foil version where you wield a saber and the version where you weirdly space out your yard.
Also, what about the
Utter
selling?
chaos.
What was selling goods illegally with a fence?
He's not on the fence.
That's how we get them.
We love that. Pyro, what is Riot's hobbies outside of school and work?
So, a couple of things. One, you know how like you ever been walking down the street and you'll like see a weird part on the side of the road or something, and like a washer that's on the ground, not like a washer as in like a washing machine, but like a washer from something, and
Yeah,
you're
like
like,
spare nuts and bolts.
Like
yeah, and you'll just like, why is that there? But you keep going on about your life. He's the guy who would pick those up. He'd pick up the parts that he finds that are just around, puts them in his pocket, brings them back, and sometimes not even directly like parts that would go to something immediately, but things he thinks he could utilize in different ways. Brings them back, keeps them in a collection, and starts fiddling around with trying to put stuff together when he's bored, when he's not working on the cars and stuff like that.
So-
Besides that, pretty much. What? Go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna make a joke of, AK, don't let Riot anywhere near the ramp of airplanes because there is so much junk he would be like there for days.
Ooh, a piece of candy. Ooh, a piece of candy.
Basically.
Besides basically haphazardly just putting things together and seeing what he can make from them, he likes to, one, play video games now and again, two, watch mecha anime, three, go on this how to build a Gundam subreddit. And besides that, to quiet his mind down and go to sleep, he puts on some metal and just takes a nap.
The loud noise cancels everything outside.
It quiets the screams.
Parents.
The outside screams quiet the inside screams. What about for Reiner? We know a little bit of things, but not a whole lot.
So, I mean, technically, his cooking is work. So, would that not be it?
I mean, it's still a hobby
I would
if you
think
enjoy
so.
doing it.
I mean, I would say his other hobby, just to throw it in from why he can throw so well, is probably because he used to play baseball and stuff, and I think at times goes into like the batting kind of areas in like where you get like a
Batting
a
cages,
machine
right?
that batting cage, there we go, like batting cages and stuff, and occasionally maybe throwing Maybe that place has like an axe throwing thing, so you're like, why not? That seems fun.
I like to imagine he would
So-
just go to one of those axe throwing bars. He wouldn't be drinking. He'd just be throwing
Yeah.
axe and just be like, "Give me another." It's like, sir, you have to purchase something. Do you have for food? No. Then give me an axe. Okay,
I brought
sir.
my own.
Now hold on.
I brought my own axe to throw.
Mhm.
Very good.
So
Don't mind me.
But
he's
yeah.
with the boys throwing rocks at bottles. You know, they're going to the old classics of the 90s, 80s. Okay, that's it. Oh.
Heck yeah. Does that answer all your questions?
The ones that I'm going to ask here so that you guys can get on with answering other questions on the dive form.
Appreciate that. We started with 85. We're back up to 85.
Fantastic.
Oh,
Perfect.
yay!
Keep it
You guys
going.
are monsters.
Someday you will reach
You guys
the
are
end.
you guys are insane. Believe me.
Perhaps
Like,
one day.
we're not gonna get up to like current content anytime soon, and it's gonna
I
be a
will say-
problem.
I will say this. I would recommend maybe having a way to like sort through them.
Oh, I
Or-
do. I try.
do.
Believe you me, I try. I go through and I unfortunately I do have to get rid of some questions that are one repeats, but two questions that I don't feel are that really should be in dive, if only because some of them are, well, I guess for an example, like mechanics questions, because I'm making the mechanics for the game, and I'd rather keep it to me running things and not get a lot of outside input of like, you should add this or you should add this. So, like, it's already complicated enough, guys.
Oh yeah, being a DM is not easy, especially once you add homebrew stuff. Like
Exactly.
taking homebrew mechanics and then adding movement and then realizing, oh crap, some of these Digimon move when they attack. How do I translate that to a move?
Basically, we're just using kids on bikes as a jacket, and we're just building Digimon. Like Digimon's wearing the skin of kids on bikes.
Correct.
Well, I like to think I gave it a coat.
It's a
rather
Gabumon?
Yeah, I was gonna think. I was hoping more a coat situation than a Gabumon situation, but you know,
Why
Here
not
we are.
both?
So it has
It's
to have-
Gabumon wearing a fedora.
oh no.
But yeah, okay. So we're gonna let you go, Astro, and we're gonna get back to questions.
Oh, yep. Thanks. I'll be
Thanks
back
for
next
stopping
time
by.
with more.
Of course, thank you so
no
much.
problem.
Take care.
Appreciate
Bye.
it. Bye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
I
Ye-
think I saw
that
some
was-
donation questions come in as well.
Yes, we did get a donation question that came in from Fierce DD Link,
Perfect. What do we
which-
got?
which is, I believe I asked this question before, but wasn't clear. If the guys had female Digimon in place of the ones they have now, which ones would they have, and which evolution would you stop them at? I know the answer for Reiner, but I don't know how much he wants to share.
Wait, I don't see the question. Is this a
I
donated
posted
one?
it in, yes, this is a donated one. I posted it in the stream voice chat. Which is, if the guys had female Digimon in place of the ones they have now, which ones would they stop at? Which ones do they have, and which evolution would they stop at?
I think I know what Storm would have too. Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
does Lopmon count?
I mean, I don't think they have to have like explicitly super obvious gender to
I
be.
mean, yeah, y'all do
female.
you. So
Because in most media that I've seen of Terriermon and Lopmon's been sort of female coded of the two. So
Fair
I
enough.
guess that would be for Grayson, because just Terriermon inverted.
right. And which evolution would you stop them at?
They probably go with the Terriermon and Telamon and the Cherubimon line. Cherubimon Virtue.
Okay, gotcha. I was gonna say it'd be pretty interesting if you went with the Terriermon super fucking evil version.
Yeah, Cherubimon Vice. That'd be haunting.
Yep. Grayson, this is a very different side of you.
Look, guys, I'm going through some stuff.
I'm going through a phase right now. It'll pass.
Look, guys, I got a lot of angst. I just feel very sad right now. I just need a hug.
Yeah, I think y'all would go with Metabee.
Solid.
That's technically accurate.
Technically allowed. The
I-
best form of allowed.
Yeah, let's throw in the Metabots.
I'm going through the list right now, just trying to figure out.
I'll do mine then, since
Go
I
right
know
ahead.
what mine would be. And I'm just going for I did a little bit of research into the canon line for it, so bear with me. But it would probably be I'd just like to do like a Magimon again, but female, and if not, then Tsukaimon, like purple Patamon Digimon.
All right.
Then from there, Witchmon instead of
All right.
Wizardmon.
Yeah.
And from there, Bastemon or Beastmon, depending on like which one you want to call it, but like the Bastet inspired ultimate form.
Oh yeah.
And then ended off with Lilithmon.
Ooh, there we go.
Yay.
I don't like the implication of that ending evolution, and I'm not going to make a joke about it. We will move on. One entered my
Fair
brain, and
enough.
I'm like, we leave that alone. that does
Fair
not
enough.
enter stream. Pyro, your thoughts? If you have anything.
I don't know if I can answer this because there isn't a female coded fire Digimon, and I'm gonna be real. That was a heavy point for me on why I chose Flamemon.
Fair.
If there was a
Mailmon,
female
but female
Flamemon,
thing.
that'd be all right. I have no
Biomon,
problem with
wait.
that.
Biomon.
Say again?
Biomon. Her attacks are fire, and she has a evolution that continues with the fire element.
Yeah, it turns into a phoenix.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that could work.
Yeah, Homon or Phoenixmon, however you want to pronounce it.
I don't remember which one the dub did.
It probably did Phoenixmon, I think.
I think
I
so.
think they
Yeah.
actually wanted Ho-Oh. Let me double check.
I think hers was the only mega they translated.
Right, yeah, I think so.
Right. Do we have? Sorry, who else are we missing at this point?
Yeah.
I'm still working on mine. I'm just trying to get the rookie.
Fair.
Oh my god, I hate you. I think it would be very funny.
Go on, breathe it out.
I'm trying to get the right level.
I believe in you.
If his partner was Kodo Kugumon,
Oh, hey, you cool guy. What's up, cool guy?
which would digivolve into Dokugumon, and then to Aokenimon.
So that it's just your greatest fear made manifest. As often as possible.
100%.
It's a spider.
For those of you who don't know, I chose the Spider Digimon,
Yeah.
and RedBeast IOL is an arachnophobiac.
Oh, that would be beautiful.
Which is funny because I also made ER an arachnophobiac. So it's like this big fucking spider following him around, and he'd just be shitting himself.
It's like, I'm your best friend. You're like, stay away from me. It's literally Billy and his son from Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy.
100%. Just be like, hello, father. And she's like,
How can I assist you today?
I can be anything you want me to be, Dad.
I want you to
I
die.
want you to be dead.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I think Red won in terms of answers.
I think we did. Grim, you got one?
Yeah. So I'd probably say for the rookie, it'd just be normal Beelzemon, but a girl.
As
So
a
I don't know,
rookie?
put lipstick.
Yeah. You
I
know,
mean,
like Lucimon's
no.
a rookie.
No,
Lucimon-
Do you mean
I hate that
Impmon?
you're right. I hate that you're right that Lucimon's a rookie.
Did you mean Impmon though?
Yeah, I meant Impmon.
Okay, fair.
Impmon with lipstick. All right, cool.
Yeah. And then Witchmon. And then what's her name? That one. I guess I'll just go Lady Devilmon
Alrighty.
instead.
Fair.
And then Itmon with lipstick again. This is for the mega.
Yeah, good. As it should be. You know, it's just
No.
bigger, just taller.
Probably
Just
like
big eyelashes.
BL Starmon X antibody, probably.
Fair.
Change it up.
Yeah.
Just imagining still having to roleplay this Digimon partner of yours and just still doing the same voice.
Nothing changes.
So what, am I pretty to you? Pretty like a model? How am I pretty to you?
Go on, tell me I'm pretty.
That's
It's just Trixie Tang from Fairly Odd Parents. Feed me and tell me I'm pretty.
all you need in Digimon.
That's all you need.
For some reason, I just assumed Boncho Lilymon.
Oh
no.
that'd be out there. I think that answers that question. I think we have 2 more that came in through donations?
Let me see.
I thought I saw 1 or 2 more come in.
I only see 1 more past that.
Okay, fair enough.
I have post it in here. How about this one is from Phantom Thief Gamer. Says, thank you all for what you do. I listen to your streams to go to sleep. By the way, quick question. Will there be 3 more Digidestined as in the show? Usually there's 6 or more.
Let's see. I can't answer that question right now, because that is potential for spoilers and things like that. But what I can tell you is, I mean, you currently have our 5 boys that are in the digital world right now. And if you're caught up with streams, you know that there is at least a 6th that is in the digital world right now. So we'll see how that eventually develops when we get to that point.
There were 10 Digidestins and Tamers, or 10 Tamers and Tamers. So clearly, we're gonna have like 20, right?
Yeah,
Everyone knows
hold on.
D&D is famously a great game to have like 12 players for.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Nick can't answer that. I can answer this for you with another question. You fucking 9 or more?
No, I'm
How do
kidding.
you it's a 4-hour stream usually as is. How long do you think?
Like, I know-
My favorite thing is I've been in games where the DM's like, it's great, we're going to have like 9 players, and that means we can still run if like half the party calls out. And it's like, okay, we'll see how this goes. First session, everyone shows up, and like 2 or 3 people get something done.
Yeah, it sounds about right. I mean, think of it like this. Think of it like this, chat. I am but one man. I am currently in charge of 5 people who each have 2 different characters to be in charge of. There's a reason we went with this system instead of D&D, because if we did, that would be 10 characters in combat before enemies. And you want me to expand that to that many more people with that many more of their own voices on top of it? I care about you all, and believe you me, and that as much as we'd love to pull that idea and whatnot, I like to be sane.
I just want to also chime in here. I actually run a table with 7 players, and then my own enemies on top of that. Yeah, I'm juggling daggers to keep everything on track. No.
Terrifying.
Exactly.
It doesn't help that 2 of our players are chaotic.
And one's a noob.
Yep. It's just the whole mess and then some, but God.
Man, this is my favorite 10-hour stream.
It's so great, right? 10 out. Man, I'm so glad I had the whole day off of work.
Okay, here's what we do. Instead of us getting more players, we just each adopt another character.
Yeah, that's great. Me as
Perfect.
the DM juggling 15 people in combat. I want to die.
I think there's a question about that in the dive too.
Fair enough.
Okay, so who am I right now?
Philosophically or in the game?
Well, the thing about having 1 extra character per player is that we got to get Digimon partners after that. So we really got to get 2 extra characters per player.
And 2 is
And
kind of
then,
an
you
odd
know,
number, so you have
4
to.
4 characters is, it's an odd number. You got to round up to 5. And the thing with 5, you got to round up to 6.
No!
At that point, you might as well round up to 10.
Red, you've done this.
I know. I'm so happy I contributed this unrunning joke to the party.
You gave us lore. The lore of the stream.
This is my pain. This is my sin and cross to bear.
I'm so proud.
But yeah, I think that covers that end of things. Am I able to go back to the dive form, or do we get more donations?
I believe we are able to go back now. I don't see any further
Woo!
donations.
I think
Oh,
one
wait, hold
just
that.
came in.
There's
One
one that
just
just came in.
Hold
Bot
that
luck.
thought. Bot luck coming in with the cross lariat saying, "Actually, I have questions."
So it was Botluck Productions asks, sorry for breaking what I said earlier, but I wanted to ask, anytime during writing, did you have an amazing joke / idea, then later went, yeah, no, the implication, and backtracked, both in writing and for DMing?
Oh, like writing for Digimon Abridged, I guess?
I would assume so, yes.
All right, sure. Let me attempt to write this down and in synopsis. But if somebody would like to start first, and then I'll give my DM question later.
Not so much for
sure.
Not so much for the implication of it, but there have been for example, I'm sure Chase and Grimm have very similar things going for all the other projects they're in. But we have this document for potential jokes that can be made later on in the series, and there's been a few instances where we've gotten to those episodes and we get to the scene and it's like, you know what, this scene has evolved away from this joke. I don't think this is going to work here anymore, so we don't use it. So sometimes
there's also we'll write a really funny joke or say something really funny that a character could say, role playing as them to get the script going in the writing room. And we will then go, okay, but no, for real though, we're not doing that because that's either too mean or too out of left field or not in character enough for the person or whatever.
Or just fucked up.
Yeah, exactly.
Not so much
I can make all sorts of jokes about Storm having a titanium rod in his leg, and we've agreed that that's fair game. But if somebody else were to come up and just start poking fun at him, that's not cool. You don't do that.
Who are you, sir?
Exactly.
It seems like you would like to see the titanium rod up close and personal.
Just a little bit.
They would just whip it out like I'm Rancic from Time Force. But yeah, to the same extent, we also have a bit of a rule of certain jokes that are off limits in terms of Digimon. I don't know if you have the same thing in terms of the series that you and Grimm work on, but I know at the very least for Digimon, we have a very express understanding that the Digi Destined are children, so certain types of humor is off limits for them in terms of, for example, sexualization jokes. That's kind of disgusting. These are kids.
Yeah, absolutely. We just wrote a different script that's completely unrelated to Digimon with me and Grimm, where one of the characters in the show is hypersexualized. And it's we literally can't get around that, so we'll include it because it's relevant for this character because that's how they are. But there's no way in hell that any of those lines would ever make it into Digimon Abridged. It would never happen.
Back when I used to do Rama One Half, we kind of had the same thing with these guys are still teenagers, but at the same time, it's kind of baked into the show, so there's no way really around it.
Yeah.
Just to say though, there's also stuff like that is kind of the olden days of abridging stuff where there were, for lack of a better word, tropes that people would rely on heavily as just kind of the thing to do. And now it's just kind of lazy writing to just rely on, all right, we're just going to make sex jokes all the time, or we're just going to swear all the time. It's okay to have a little bit of pepper in something, but if all you got is seasoning in it, then it starts to not taste like the food. You know what I mean?
Looks on you. My entire spice cabinet, I just drink with a straw.
But yeah, I often use Goblin Slayer as an example for the storytelling that can be done with a bitch series. You guys kind of take it right to take it to the right amount, in my opinion.
Preach.
Exactly.
I feel that way.
Let's see. When it comes to my writing as a DM on things, well, one, we all agreed wholeheartedly that we set a hard limit on a lot of things that we can do with Digi Destiny on things of what we're hey, we made a list of what would we like to see in this game, but what would we not like to see in this game. What we wanted to see in the game was a very long list. What we didn't want to see in the game was 2 things. And I have made
Yeah.
sure to abide by that list every time.
Yeah, and that's just generally a good thing
So-
to a good discussion to have with your D&D party at the start of a campaign. Like,
For sure.
What's the things that no one wants to touch?
Everyone, give me your list
Children.
of triggers, and
Even beyond that, yeah, like Storm's saying, it's like fucking. Even if one
Triggers.
player doesn't want something to happen, like there's just like one person doesn't want one thing very strongly. It's like, all right, well, I'll make sure that doesn't happen because you don't want to participate in a story that happens in.
Exactly.
Well, I've mentioned that I'm a arachnophobiac, but the DM I'm playing with right now knows that I'm okay with fighting them in the game, and it doesn't bother me because because it's something that I don't like doesn't mean I don't want to fight it. As a matter of fact, I like kicking the shit out of them because they bother me.
It fights the fear.
Exactly.
You have a DM who, whenever he starts up a campaign, Walkman EXE, he will send out a document, like a Google Doc, like, okay, everyone, this is kind of like my rules for your game. Please tell me your your triggers so I can avoid that. If something comes up and I step over line by mistake, just DM me and I will do everything in my power to make things right. Like he's very.
He'll stop a scene midway through and just abort it, or just like, okay, we're going to retcon what happened.
Yeah, so like player enjoyment's a very huge thing for him, and I try to incorporate that into my DMing style too. And Nick has been very accommodating with that as well, and hearing the players and like, hey, I want to avoid this, I want to sort of experience this. He's been more than accommodating.
I certainly try to be, but but no, when it comes to like my own personal writing on things, not things that players have come up to me and say, "Hey, I like to do this." Because believe you me, when someone comes up to me and says, "I would like to do this," it takes a lot of responsibility out of my hands for stuff, and goes, "Oh, I now know where to take them. Good, I don't have to come up with this shit myself."
So go on Digi.
Hey, you technically got one.
You bastard me.
But no, that said, when it comes to my own writings, I don't think I've ever backtracked an idea. I think the most that I've done is reworked an idea where I've written something down, I leave it alone, and then I come back to it like a week or so later after I'm like, I know what I'm doing with it. And I will have a spur of the moment, like, shot of brilliance and go, well, that's good, but it could be better. And then I just tweak it to a different thing. Like, I've said this example plenty of times, but the trap rooms, that was a spontaneous idea I thought of the day of stream before it happened. And I was like, let's make it go. Let's make it go.
I just imagine Nick as the Pedro Pascal meme. Yeah, it's good, but it could be better.
Exactly. Yeah, so you're welcome, guys, for that impromptu idea that I threw you all into
drama.
Yeah.
Fresh.
Nice little off the cuff there.
So good.
It was
but
great.
Yeah. So that said, I think we can move on to the next part of the dive form here, because it's not getting any smaller.
Yes.
It's really not getting any smaller, and I'm scared.
Come on, guys, let's get this up to triple digits, gang.
No. If that happens, I have to start having these dives more often, which is fine. But like, so the next question, and I've been trying to read these off whenever I can if somebody puts their name on the thing, but not always. They don't always do. But so this question is, what's all your characters' favorite songs?
Oh hell, I'm musically illiterate.
Well, time to learn.
Mm-hmm. So Gary has two that are his like favorites. It's Unforgiven by Metallica and The Show Must Go On by Queen.
There we go.
And he found out about Unforgiven when he stole that CD. Riot.
On accident.
On purpose.
It slowly
he accidentally had it on his person. He intentionally never returned it.
Yeah, that's fair. I do like the detective work of Riot being like, motherfucker, he did take it.
I think a perfect follow-up that would be freaking Riot's favorite is Moth into Flame by Metallica.
Moth into Flame, yep. Does Reiner have a favorite song?
Blow me away.
He found out it was his favorite while playing Halo 2.
Yeah. That's just a really fun song.
No, his favorite is the intro song from Halo. Just oh.
And then he was blown away from "Blow Me Away."
Yeah, so that'll do it.
That's my favorite song.
Now it's there.
That's my favorite.
That's gonna be an enemy's reaction when Reiner gets genuinely mad about something, and you hear the Halo theme begin playing in the background as he gets ready to start throwing a rock. The villain. Oh shit! Epic choral music! I gotta get out of here. Running.
I like to imagine that Reiner has played Halo Reach, and we're gonna hit a point where his HUD says current objectives survive.
Oh no! Oh no!
We'll see when we get to that point.
Oh boy.
Storm, Red, you got anything?
Right. Do you want to go first?
ER's favorite song is Skater Boy by Avril Lavigne.
Classics. Very big on the classics.
Yeah, I'm a skater boy. Yeah.
I'll see you later, boy.
She didn't say "see you later, boy" in so many words, but I think I might start a rock band.
Red, I thought you were going to pick like Phenomenon or something.
Okay.
ER's favorite song is the entirety of the Tony Hawk discography.
Wait. I would like to directly ask ER a question right quick.
Hey, what's up? I don't know where I am.
Is Sum 41 on your top 10 bands list?
I mean, it'd be weird if they weren't in my top 41, but yeah, I think they're up there.
God damn it.
It'd be higher if math wasn't fake.
What is math? I guess we'll never know.
No one really knows how math works at the end of the day.
Yeah. Storm?
I like what Storm said. I think like 1,000-Foot Crunch Phenomenon, just because there's particularly one AMV on YouTube that's a Digimon AMV that I love.
There you go.
Gotta represent my Dragon Age love with This Is War from 30 Seconds to Mars.
Yes! Yes! We love This Is War.
Hell yeah. I feel like he plays that while he's like in like the boss fight of video games. Like, yeah!
He's like, I don't listen to the OST of games. I make my own playlists.
No, yeah, he has his own playlist for when he games, like when he goes on raids and stuff.
Oh, that's great.
I think he also would listen to like Through the Fire and the Flames. He's like, but it's only the guitar solo.
It's just
the guitar solo on loop.
I would imagine that you've edited that, yeah.
Like he does that for like when he's grinding. He's like, I just need something cool to make this more epic.
I need it to feel like I'm not in pain.
Yeah. And Warriors from Imagine Dragon.
Yep. Good stuff.
I think those would be like his big three.
Can I give like a weird side thing that I heard? And I've not fact checked this. It's just an interesting thing that I heard.
By all means.
I heard that the song Radioactive by Imagine Dragons was initially intended to be a Spider-Man song, and it wound up not getting picked up, so they just rewrote some words.
Yeah.
A lot of the Imagine Dragon catalog was actually made for the Spider-Man Turn Off the Dark. But because like they were trying to get a better known band to actually come in and do those songs, like do their own interpretation or something like that. I don't know the full story.
Boy, do they feel silly now.
Yeah, they're just like, well, I guess we'll just release this ourselves, okay?
Yep, that's pretty good stuff, guys. We should maybe make a band.
I mean, it sounds fine. Yeah, well, we should go on the road or something.
I swear to God, if my head now that. Sorry, go ahead first.
I was gonna say, I swear to God, if the end goal after this adventure is over is everyone just being like, let's just quit our jobs and start a band, go on the road. If that's our epilogue, I will cry.
Guys, y'all can hit the drums.
I just want the next Spider-Verse movie to have like a band of Spider-Man. The radioactives.
That'd be great.
Oh god. I can't get out of my head that phonetically radioactive sounds like something arachnid, and I'm wondering if that was like part of what the lyrics originally were. Instead of radioactive, it was like something arachnid.
I'm an arachnid.
Radioactive.
Fair enough. Let's see. Next up on the list here. This is a very simple question, so I don't really need to type it in. I'll get to the next one here. This is a question from Patrick. And it says, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being gets destroyed just by existing, and 10 being the heat death of the universe couldn't destroy it, how good is Vanmon in terms of defense? Canonically, I have to put him at I have to put Vanmon right now at a between a 7 or an 8 right now. I'm at the 8 because of breaking through the barrier of the tower, but I have to drop it down like from a 10 because of the ending of episode 10. So
fair.
I think
it's
we can
funny
all
that
agree.
he was at a 2 at the start of the campaign.
Oh, absolutely.
These inspiration tokens
Yeah,
started coming in.
start of campaign. We were at a 2 and we were only going up.
I feel as though like we all really know he's at like a 12.
Oh, he will be.
I just want Gary to know that vibranium was supposed to be a rare metal. How did this van get made out of it?
I can't wait for anyone to start later examining the specs. Like, you go to somebody who actually knows how the digital world, like metal properties work, and they're just like, yeah, I don't know what this is.
It's
Chrome
Digizoid.
Digizoid.
The rarest of all Digimetals.
No, they probably look
Really?
at that
Well-
as, like, this is even harder than that. How did this happen?
Well, it's not Cron Digizoid because Cron Digizoid is the unworked version of Chrome
Oh, that's
Digizoid.
right, yeah.
So there's like other metals in the digital world? Yes, there's Chrome Digizoid, and that's it.
That's all
And-
there is.
A number of others.
Probably. I've
It
never
really
seen them.
changed because every time we talk about there being a metal in Digimon, like every time
Zero
it's
is a
mentioned,
number.
You've discovered a new material, null Digizoid.
It's actually just sand. Here's another
I
quick one
hate
that we can do
sand.
that's
It's force and gets everywhere.
here's another quick one that we can do that's really easy. Is from NCT Studio. Does Digi fan art from DeviantArt count for the stream? Anything that you submit, like, feel free to like throw it in, either if you want to toss it on Twitter or wherever else, wherever you post your art.
No,
but,
please-
Hashtag DigiDestArt.
but make
No,
sure that
please
like
please be the artist. Don't just start posting
Yeah,
random fan art
Yeah.
from somebody else.
yeah, feel
Thank
free
you.
to
Yeah.
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 This is actually a good opportunity for me to kind of put this out here and explain the guidelines, because things have had to get a little bit more like forward faced with it. Some things don't make it into the fan art role, like the fan art role that we do on these streams, because of the fact that either A, they're not canon, like they're like, example, we welcome people in our server to have fun and put in like if you made a idea of what a Digivolution might look like or something like that, that's beyond it. That's all cool, but if it's something that could affect the actual canon of things or confuse the heck out of the audience and think it's like, oh, did this happen? Did it turn to that? Then we try not to put that kind of stuff in. Things that apply to the existing canon that we have get put into the role there. And of course, always make sure that you are the artist. And beyond that, things like GIFs, things like full animations that, like, I'm not saying people are doing this, but like, if people got to the point where they're doing like animations or like still art kind of role stuff, there are some people already in the community who are playing with like little video things and whatnot. While we can't do those in the role, we do love seeing those things, and maybe in the future we'll even see about like putting, if we could do some kind of just like, wow, you guys have done a lot of cool fan art and things like that. Maybe we can do like an appreciation stream to go through all the different things, even expanding past that stuff. And maybe we can even in that do something like reading back some of your guys' non-canon quotes, incorrect quotes that you guys have done, because some of those are funny.
They're
and
pretty,
we can do those in
they're pretty
character.
entertaining.
We'll
Yeah.
read them in character, so long
Yeah.
as they're appropriate for stream.
Yeah, obviously.
So-
But yeah, I just kind of wanted to lay those ground rules because it's gotten to a point where we're getting a lot of stuff, and people sometimes wonder why can't this be in and why can't that be in. It's because some of it functionally can't go in, and some of it would just be kind of confusing. But it does not mean that we do not appreciate and love the stuff that you guys put in, and we put in what we can.
Exactly.
Every day I check the Digi Destiny art page just to see what's there.
Oh, it's beautiful whenever we get new stuff in there. I'm always smiling. Moving on to a very less serious discussion, and one that hurts my brain. I can't give this answer, but I want to hear what all your guys' thoughts are before I give mine, okay?
Yes.
Oh boy.
This question comes from Drill to the Heavens.
Oh boy.
Good
Will
name.
the iconic Digimon Angel-mon from that one Angela Anaconda short appear?
What the?
So I would like to ask for predictions from all of you. Let's go down the list. Do you believe Angel-mon will appear in Digi Destiny? I need a yes or no and a why.
Okay.
No, because that's my partner for next campaign. No, but for real.
Well,
I
here's
mean-
my thought, and it's a greater question overall. Angel-mon is a lot like War Greymon in that it exists to serve a purpose. Like War Greymon exists to be a dragon slayer. He has the Draymon destroyers as his weapons. And Angel-mon exists to destroy Ninimon, which is another giant abomination Digimon from the same thing that you're referencing. So if Ninimon is there, then the only way to stop it is with an Angel-mon using her ability Ultimate Anti-Ninimon Super Secret Power, where she creates a destructive orb between their two hands and launches it at an enemy. So the real question is, are we going to get a Ninimon? The answer is I hope not.
prepared for that.
The answer is I hope not.
My answer is I hope so, just to unleash chaos. Like, if not this campaign, then next.
My question is, I think that lies. I think both of them lie in the dark ocean.
At the very least, a one-shot adventure.
I wasn't.
Yo, guys, when we get to the dark ocean, can we just put those two in there?
Yo, or maybe just like a
Well, it
one-shot
needs
at
an
a
end
con.
boss. It needs to be
I
an end
wasn't
boss for the Dark Ocean. of
scared
course.
that could be the end boss until today, and now you've put that fear in me.
Good.
Or we can just
Okay.
have it as like a one-off for a convention.
Grim, your thoughts?
I think he's disassociated.
Hey, that could also
Yeah,
be an option.
he was banished from this realm, sadly.
That's fair. Yeah, he
You're
heard the
muted.
question and was just like, I gotta go. Understandably.
And we're done here.
And we're done here. I guess here's what I can say on this end of things. I do not
sorry.
have. Go ahead, sorry, Grim.
I have no answer to that.
That sounds about right. It's like can I abstain from this question?
It's the
No
only
comment.
right answer.
Yep. Oh god, no.
No.
Chase. Why?
I want to take that playmat to nationals.
I swear to God, if you go to nationals with
I
that,
fucking dare you! You don't have the balls, Corbin.
Chase, he's Coffinjockey Corbin. I need a link to that so I can buy it right now.
oh man,
I only see concept art for it. I haven't found a page to buy it on yet, but I swear to God, this
Oh,
is
you
gonna happen.
cowards!
Oh no, you could just take that art piece wherever, and you can find. There is a place where you can make your own playmats. Like they'll print whatever you want
This
on it.
is
So
super fair, but an artist put an inordinate amount of work into this, and I
Yes,
want to
they
make sure
did.
that they get paid from this purchase.
that is also fair.
So I want to find a way to give them money. But the moral of the story is I found Ninimon versus Angel-mon playmat for the Digimon TCG,
yeah.
and I want to see if there's a way that I can get that playmat made.
The artist's handle
Where'd
is in
you
the
post
bottom
it?
left.
Yep.
Yes.
If you want to throw that
sure
in
I can
in
find them
general
properly.
Digi art whenever you want, Chase, so people can
Sure
appreciate that.
thing.
Because I'm not showing that on stream. That is an abomination. If you want to see it, you got to
It's
join the
true.
Discord.
It's true that it
Chase,
is.
at the very least, that's a psychological win if you put that down at a tournament.
I think there's a chance it violates the Geneva Convention.
I'm pretty sure if we
There's a
put this
high
on
check.
stream, our stream will be banned. I don't think we want that.
Yeah, I like
It is.
doing what
I
we
will
do.
say this: it is tagged as not safe for work on the subreddit that I found. it
I
on.
wonder why. Maybe because it's just terrible. But
It's just awful.
I will say this at the very least. I do not have Angel-mon planned for this campaign. I do not have them planned to show up. Now, whether or not I make a reference to them in game, that is completely up for debate. I could absolutely make cameo appearances in the form of you find a uniform on the beach. And it's like, oh no.
Guys,
Okay.
there's nudists around. We have to flee.
Chase, Storm, hear me
Yeah.
out. Kari comes to consciousness in O2 on the shores of the dark ocean. She looks out at the lapping waves and sees off in the distance the silhouette of Angela and Condamon walking off in the horizon like some eldritch fucking horror.
Oh no!
That's terrifying.
Absolutely terrified. The thing is, if Angela-mon was walking away, like back to
Back to her
that,
home.
like you wouldn't see the face. It would look somewhat like Ty from the back.
Oh no!
Brother?
Why
You
is my
wouldn't
brother going?
necessarily know. Why is my brother 50 feet tall wearing a cape and descending into the dark ocean?
Wait, my brother doesn't have freckles. Oh no.
We see Angela
That's the
Anaconda's
thing.
face, like from like slightly from the shadows, like that one meme, the one with like the Dragon Ball.
Oh no. I think we've exhausted that one. Let's go on to a question that is it's for me actually.
Hooray.
And it is this question is from my second cousin Vinny.
Okay.
That's how it's written in. I don't have a second cousin named Vinny.
No,
but
that's your
do
second
now.
cousin Vinny.
I guess I do
We've
now. You know what?
decided
That's fair.
this.
It's canon. And that is, was it the DM's intention for the party to enter the tower so early in the campaign? Yeah. Yeah, if anything, I wanted them to get in earlier, but instead they focused on the Ogremon cave first, and I was like, okay, we'll come back to this. They'll get here, it's fine. It all works out.
There we go.
Very good. Good, yes, good.
Let's see. This is a great one. This is a question from not Alec Reef.
Good. Yes.
Yeah, the counter, the counter to our mod, you know. So, Alec, if you have a twin or a double or some such, you might want to keep an eye on them because they're asking questions under your name, but you know, with a counter. So, and that is right here. When Digimon reach Ultimate and de-digivolve, do they choose what stage to go back to, or do they go back to in training? So, we haven't reached a point yet in game where we're at like Ultimate or Mega or anything along those lines, but I did write this down in the rule set, so it's not a spoiler. It's, you know, it's per in the rules that I wrote down. That is public access. If you join the Discord, and you can take a look at the slowly but surely growing rules list that I've made. The only thing that's growing on there is mainly the items that these guys come up with. But whenever a Digimon chooses to revert form in any way, they will always revert back to rookie level. And this happens if they choose to revert back or if they are brought down to 0 HP via damage. Doesn't matter if they were in their ultimate form or mega, they will immediately flop back to rookie. So that's just how that goes.
Yeah, we haven't seen that happen yet.
Yeah. Keyword is yeah.
Oh, we've always see it happen with Strikejamon being de-digivolved, but no one else has.
I mean, but
Exactly.
from 0 hit points, I mean.
Oh yeah, 0, yeah.
I haven't dropped any of you to 0 yet, so we'll work on that. Let's see. Next up is another question from Drill to the Heavens, which
Wow.
I think we've actually answered this question, but I think it'd be interesting here. Is because it's slightly different. It is slightly different, and it is which Digimon that you have encountered is your favorite thus far? And if this has already been answered, then who do you think has been the MVP in combat?
Ooh.
So we'll go with the first part, which is just who is your favorite Digimon that you've encountered so far?
CEO Digimon.
I gotta say Datamon.
Datamon's a good time.
Vmon.
Vmon was also a very good time.
Yep.
Also, I just want to quickly say Angela Anacondamon has a wiki on the Digimon wiki sites.
No.
So
Terrifying.
she's canon as far as I'm concerned.
Pain. But let's see. So we had Vmon, Datamon, CEO Digimon, and Vmon. Graham, did you have a favorite encounter?
I'd want to say Gankumon, but I didn't like the way he was acting. So like,
That's fair. You don't have to like the way that I portray him. And if you're like, oh, it's cool that he showed up, like,
yeah, no, I like the way he was. I like what he was meant to do. It's just I would say probably him for now. Like, I know there's gonna be something I'm really excited for. You already kind of hinted at those things, so just a waiting game.
With that leaves me with two options, and only one of them was able to take out a player.
I guess say the wall.
I will, of course, have to say the Numemon.
Beautiful.
Which managed to take out the most durable of characters by throwing literal feces, and then proceeded to probably kidnap us from our rooms and submit us to fucking death traps. What a time.
Red, you got that soundboard going.
Oh.
You fine ladies have any final thoughts for me before my organs give out and I deflate?
I can only hope to match that level with my own attempt at that voice. I
Oh,
want to say I'm not going to say I get
go into
close.
my
but-
plans loudly and in great detail.
Oh God, I can only hope to get to where Eagle's at with that voice on things. Like he does it so
Eagle
well.
is a goddamn treasure to the voice acting community.
Yes,
He
he
is.
is.
I am
And-
so happy I got him to record for Tamos.
I'm
Hell
very
yeah.
I'm very sad that I sent him a message about joining game and he said, "Who are you?"
Oh.
No, that is totally a joke. That is totally a joke. I've never sent him a message.
And then he
Aw.
sees
He just
this
doesn't know
and
I
he
exist.
actually sends you a message that says, "But seriously, who are you?"
No, it's gonna be worse because I'll be added on Twitter. Not even DMs, just on public display.
Shamed publicly.
I'll just be like, "Well, yeah, this is this is my Dark Souls you died moment."
This is my villain origin story.
No, that was when I picked up the DM book. But, so next up, I'm gonna say this is a question for Storm and for Red.
Oh.
If only because of the nature of it. This is a question from Larry Box,
Hello,
Larry.
who has done a lot of the amazing pixelated art of all the boys that we're seeing on stream. Larry Box asks, is Terriermon a dog or bunny? Explain your stance and why.
Okay, so there's a very simple way to answer this. Despite the dub giving him an attack name called Bunny Blast, that's a dubism. We can blame Lemoy or someone, but he is a terrier, which is a dog. His entire evolution line is based off dogs. Mega Gargomon's original Japanese name is Saint Gargomon, not because he's holy, but because his face is a Saint Bernard. Terriermon's a dog.
My answer is much shorter. He's a dog. Reasoning, fuck yourself. Fuck you, that's fine. No,
Just-
I'm kidding, Larry. I'm kidding.
No chill on that one. Just is dog. Accept this and move on.
Is dog fight me? No. But for real, yeah, no, he's a dog.
Rapidmon's a poodle.
Yeah, for some reason. But yeah, for some reason, Japan's like, oh yeah, they're the twin Digimon. One's a dog, one's a rabbit, and everyone's just like, that tracks.
I just
I'm sure some reason for that, but
just to want for the sake of playing devil's advocate here, if you look at a picture of a terrier and you look at that Digimon, someone didn't know what a terrier looks like.
That's true. To be fair, there's a couple different terrier breeds, but none of them really have the same kind of ears as Terriermon, though I argue, when was the last time you've seen an orange dinosaur?
Completely fair. I would think that the ears are more reminiscent of like Bloodhound.
In defense, none of us have seen a dinosaur. Actually, some of us have at least seen a terrier, actually.
Like to think so. He is friend-shaped.
He is friend-shaped. He is also criminal-shaped.
Next up on the question docket, this is a question for Grayson.
Oh.
And it is, why does Grayson wear his goggles everywhere? Like, in the digital world, it makes sense, but what purpose does it serve for every day-to-day in the people world? And this is a question from Errol.
Okay, so behind the scenes, I just thought they looked cool, and I wanted them, because I just got done playing Hacker's Memories, and I really liked that thing as a design aesthetic, and I made them just sort of cracked, like he either fell or he was being bullied one day. But Grayson, diegetically, they're like VR headsets, I believe we came to the conclusion of, and he just puts them on just to zone out in the middle of class, like, history. This is boring. Let's see if I can mode into my computer. They've been confiscated so many times.
That could also be the reason why they're cracked, is because they weren't handled with care.
Yeah.
I do like the idea that means that implies that they're a homemade VR headset.
That could be an option.
Maybe. I mean, he's not very good with like the hardware aspect, so maybe he just like it's just a prototype first try. He's like, good enough. Trying again is messy.
I like to think he's taken a working, perfectly functionable VR headset and broken it down to just be like, how can I hack this to play emulators on?
Okay, now how can I get my mods on this?
You got any games on your phone?
I got games on my goggles.
Okay.
So how can I make Super Mario for the NES when at 60 frames per second?
Oh no.
Okay, now how can I get all the Pokemon on this? Okay, I have red and blue on this. Now I'm going to just do a Nuzlocke real fast. No, wait, he'd have Pokemon Gold.
Yeah, he would have gold. Second generation.
Second gen. I mean, I had both yellow and gold, but I Rapidmon.
I had crystal.
Bunch.
Crystal was fun.
I presently have crystal because the twins mailed it to me.
Yeah, we
did.
Good. It's a good game.
I mailed it to you with a Game Boy
Nick,
Advance
I
that
think
I
the
did not
audience
package
is-
properly. It just rattled the fuck out of it. I didn't put any cushioning in it at all.
It do be like that sometimes.
That's like if we mailed ER.
Sorry, Pyro, you were saying a thing?
Yeah, I was saying, Nick, I think the audience is messing with you because, like, I know that we have answered a bunch of questions, but it feels like, looking at the number of responses in there, like we barely have done anything.
They're trolling.
I'm
They've
aware,
gotta be.
but that's the thing, is that I haven't looked at what the back end of this looks like. So I'm scared. I'm scared to look
Okay.
at what the current answers are going to be.
Currently, it's just 71.
Yeah, it's just 71. I've been trying to get through them as best we can.
It was 65 yesterday.
Yes, it was, and we've been trying to get through them. Let's move on while we can, because some of these we can rapid fire them, or try to.
Let's do this.
So let me actually change this to see if we can rapid fire this. So
Yes. What's the favorite food? Well, you see, when Grayson was a boy.
All right. So first up, question for ER is, what is ER's brother's name? What's the relationship between them like?
Easy. Eeyore's brother his name is Liam, and he's good friends with his brother. Actually, the two would hang out all the time.
Perfect. This is a question for Grim.
Yup.
Who's the schmuck with the pet noises in the background, and what pets do y'all have?
That's my little bird, Tiki. Or he actually acts like a big one. We moved recently, so he's in a new place, a new location. Every time someone goes into that room, he will squawk.
Good.
So, and no one in my house figures that out. That's like, hey, when you go in that room, just be aware to try to make sure you close the door or something. So, but yeah, besides that, he was in another room and was a lot more tolerable in that room. So, yeah, sorry about that.
It is what it is. It's more just
Yeah.
funny, but
hmm
I've also had Bailey in a couple different streams, and I know she's balked a couple times because of the apartments.
hmm
right.
Parking lots right outside my window.
yeah.
Jay Spyro, you got pets?
I mean,
well,
we kind of share pets because we're in the same house.
Fair.
nah, Ouija's mine.
That sounds right.
In our house, we've got Luigi, aka Ouija, aka Lord Emperor Waluigi.
God Emperor Waluigi. Yes, that is
Excuse
his full
me.
legal name.
God Emperor Waluigi. A cat, a tuxedo cat, with some spice to him.
He's a very spicy boy.
And then we also have the fucking sweetest tremble chihuahua ever. Nemo just wants love and affection and just wants to curl up next to people and try and beg for their food. But, you know, he a chihuahua. That's what he do.
That's all he knows.
I used to have like Tiamat, right?
Yeah, we have Fafnir, and Grim currently
Fafnir,
has
right.
Fafnir.
Yep.
I don't know why I thought his name was Tiamat.
I think it used to be, and then we properly identified the gender of the reptile because that can be challenging to do. When
I
you don't know what
remember
you're doing.
that.
Oh my god! Yeah. Also, in case I forgot to mention, Bailey is my dog.
That'll do
I
it.
don't just have a small child named Bailey barking at cars.
I would assume you would not name a. I would assume you would not refer to a child as your pet.
Bailey is our goldfish. That's why you hear them barking at cars.
That's how it goes.
She's
let's
the goodest dog. She wants all people to pet her tummy at once.
Let's see. This is a question for Gary, and you had alluded to this earlier, Chase, but this is a question from May saying, why does Gary have sleight of hand?
Mind your business.
I
mean, you kind of
talked a little
answered
bit
it
about
earlier,
The only
but
thing
yeah.
the only thing I'll expound on without fully giving it away is basically, you know, Gary was interested in a lot of stuff and was pressured by outside forces to change. So some of the things that he's good at are from before he was pressured out of interests and things like that.
Fair
There he
enough.
is. Someone walked in the room.
This next
Terriermon's
question.
gonna walk up to you next session and be like, "Teach me."
Yep. Teach me how
Hi,
to
this
become more
lock-picking
crime.
lawyer today.
Lock-picking lawyer, God. This is the next question is from Verns, and it says, in the case of Strike-Dramon, they seemingly gained a flaw of being overcome by rage, or something similar. My question is, are they going to be stuck like that whenever they Digibald and get to higher levels, or will it eventually be able to go away through character development or removing the flaw? Well, that's called character development, and so far, that has not been worked on. It's been ignored.
It hasn't been ignored. You just haven't found a good time to approach him about it. Here's the thing. First we had to deal with the Royal Knights. Then we were immediately kidnapped. I finally had some downtime to talk to Monodramon.
Like any good piece of trauma, it's being ignored. It's being shoved down deep, deep, deep inside. Well, you don't have to deal with this.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Eeyore doesn't know how to address these sorts of things. I've mentioned Nick about something about this, but Eeyore doesn't exactly know how to best handle trauma.
Physical trauma, yes.
is-
Emotional trauma,
yeah.
yikes.
Yeah, no, he can handle physical trauma all day long.
I mean, yes, we have the
The
list.
hurt goes on the outside. When it's on the
Exactly.
inside, it's shoved deep down.
Yeah, the outside wounds
Exactly.
we can treat. The inside wounds are.
Outside's the only part that's supposed to hurt. Inside's supposed to not hurt.
Except if it's internal bleeding, then you know it is what it
That's
is.
where the blood's supposed to be.
Yeah, but yeah, Eoi does intend to talk to Monodramon about things like probably next session, and I mean, when we were discussing Strike Dramon, like I made a comparison to Ash and Charizard, how the relationship wouldn't be clean starting out, but it could be worked on.
Exactly, and we'll see how that develops going into the next arc.
Yeah.
Let's see. I
Consider.
thought I saw a.
We just got a donation.
Yeah, I thought I saw a thing come in.
Let's see here.
It was,
Script word here. Script word here. My question is, if allowed to, would you bring your Digimon home with you?
Let's go down the
I don't
list.
see why not.
Yeah, I don't see why Grayson wouldn't bring Terriermon home.
Yeah, you would definitely do that.
Gary.
Reiner would bring home
No,
Impmon,
Reiner,
but not Duskmon.
It's like you're on thin ice.
Gary, with where he's at now, would not bring Magimon home because Gary can barely come home.
Oh,
Well,
So I don't think that would work very well. This is not exactly the household you can sneak a pet into, and this is way worse than that.
Hey, Chad,
what
can we
if
get
we
some
built
hugs
a
for Gary?
secret clubhouse?
I'll just say Riot wouldn't put Flamemon into that environment.
Too bad. Flame's
So-
coming with you.
My house, you see, it's underwater.
I'm not coming with you.
I live in a pond.
I'm an ocean boy, Flamemon. I meant to tell you this whole time.
We're
But
from
I am
two
a
se-
merman.
Known for the coast.
We're from two separate worlds. It couldn't ever work. Let's
It's
see.
okay. I can wear floaties.
It's fine, probably. Another quick one we can get through from Verns. Is the X virus inbound? It's already here.
God, I hope not.
Oh, we got
There's
two
only
different answers
one-
on that. Holy
You
shit.
just have to keep your eye on it. But if you're talking about the X antibody, I mean, that's already here. The X virus, we'll figure out on that. Thanks.
If the X virus shows up, it's an immediate party wipe for everyone except Impmon.
Pretty much.
Instant death. So I sure hope not.
Right. No,
Right into the pineapple under the sea.
now the X virus, I guess I can explain this as a thing for the most part. Y'all have seen that at least Impmon for the most part has the X antibody in them, as we're using that design on things for the most part. It's not just for design purposes. For the sake of my argument for game, a lot of time has passed since the initial introduction of things for the most part. I did say that the 01 abridged crew is canon to this universe, at least the events that they've gone through for the most part, as well as what has happened with the admins in the past and whatnot. But here's the thing: the digital world didn't stop getting in danger just because the admins took over. Like, things kept happening. So what most likely occurred is that the X virus happened. Whether or not the admins were even able to do anything or not is completely, up to debate later, and we'll figure that out. But X antibody Digimon exist, meaning the X virus was a problem at one point. Whether or not it's a problem in the future, that's up for me to decide.
I mean, the Impmon we have is X antibody. Impmon,
Yes.
So
He would be the sole survivor of our party.
If it showed up again.
The funny thing is, I remember Grim pitching that design, is going like, we don't have to have the mechanics of antibody, and Nick just went, okay, and then it's like, no.
Well, that's the thing, is that we just call him Impmon. We don't call him Impmon X antibody because, one, it's a mouthful, and
yeah,
two,
true.
like
Impmon X.
And the last thing we need is to bring emphasis on that. Impmon would probably just say, I'm Impmon. That it is what it is. They're not going to count the X. Like, if someone says, oh, you're Impmon X, you're just going to be like, oh, what? Because of the fucking, like, my eye patch? Are you profiling?
I'm Blankmon hero mode. Like, who's going to say that every time? Like, I'm
no one's gonna say
Dragon, Imperialdramon Dragon mode.
Exactly.
No one's going to say that.
Oh my god, he even jumped. He even Imperialdramon Final Mode Paladin.
Yeah, just...
Thank you for saving us, Diapen enhancement of Ice Devimon enhancement absorbent.
I hate this. Anytime. Other quick question we can get through. Does Magimon have eyes? Asking for art reasons. This is from Kumo.
Yeah, I'd imagine he'd have eyes.
Yeah, you know, just the hair is very thick.
Hair's thick. Got the brim of the hat down.
Exactly.
He's shy.
Here's another one that's easy. Can the narrator take adversity tokens?
I'm taking them all the time, like Terriermon out of Riot's pocket. Nobody knows what's going on with their adversity tokens. So when they start the session, they're lower than they thought they were last time. It's me. I'm gobbling them up. I'm in there, in the dark, getting into their pockets, taking the lint.
I hope that answers your question.
And I spend them to succeed on tasks.
On taxes.
But, you know, not on...
What do you mean the government take tokens?
Not on getting to work on time, though. But this is...
Listen, I don't spend them on initiative. I spend them on other stuff.
Yep. This is an interesting question, I guess. I don't know how much time we want to spend on this one, but I guess we can yes or no it. But this is from Director Indie, and they are asking if we take voice acting commissions.
We already have the thing where you can donate to, like, ask us to say a line or whatever. If you wanted to, like, have a special recording, I think it'd probably be case by case.
Yeah, you know, send a DM and all that.
And we'd have to talk about it. Yeah. We can talk and negotiate and figure out what exactly we want to be doing with all that. And I think the rate is dependent on the ask, and I think the restrictions are dependent on the ask.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Everybody's got their own various...
For
now,
they would
read
feel
this
like.
whole novel.
Yeah. Anyway, here's
For
the book.
now-
Figure it out.
Yeah.
For now, our Twitters are up there and whatnot. If you want to like DM personally, whatever you need for it, that's a way to do it. I only say for now because of the fact that God knows how long Twitter's going to still survive. But yeah,
Yeah. At
We'll
least
figure it
another
out.
day.
Yeah, you know,
At least
But-
one more day.
we'll figure it out.
And I got Purple Lunch and watched it implode.
Basically, yes. This one is an interesting one, if only because it puts me in a bit of a situation for later. This is a problem for me to deal with later, but I think it's still an interesting question. This is a question from Bookrunner, and it says, will you eventually condense the Digi Destiny series into a book or web novel? Now, here's the thing about that. I enjoy the story we're building. It's also kind of chaos and insane. So the way I would put it is, if I was going to make anything off of this in the form of like a thing for people to look at later, like in, you know, retrospect of everything, I would probably like make a campaign guide for like if somebody wanted to run their own Kids on Bikes in this specific world of Digi Destiny. And I'd put in a lot of different like lore things. It would be more of a DM supplement than a player's guide thing. So, but I would definitely write down a lot of stuff in there to be like, hey, here's kind of what you need to know about the world. Here's kind of what's going on with stuff. Here's where you can flex the rules on certain things. Because the thing about Kids on Bikes, at least with that system, it's incredibly flexible. Like a lot of the stuff is based on, you know, hey, it's very narrative heavy. There's not a lot of mechanics. I've introduced them because I think it's more entertaining and interesting. And believe you me, I like when you guys have combat. It's fun. But if I was going to turn this into anything, I would most likely turn it into like a small form, like campaign guide. I doubt I would even post it on like DM's Guild. If anything, I'd probably throw it. I might throw it on like the Patreon if I put it up there. It'd be like, if you hit a tier, but I'd have to write it first. And
that's the other thing, is just to like bring it up. We all have a lot of work a lot of the time. Like I think like the lowest workload person in the call is probably working like 8 to 10 hours a day. So like that's pretty significant workload for everybody in the call, and we all find time for Digi Destiny. It's a good time. But having us come together and write a whole novel would be very challenging timeline restriction wise, and then also we wouldn't be legally allowed to sell it because it includes the IP of someone else. Because Digimon is not owned by us.
Yeah.
So we'd be doing it entirely for free. Which maybe we might love it enough and find enough time to do that. Who knows? But
I've got
it seems
time.
unlikely.
Red, stop.
Red, I love you to death, but please, like, technically speaking, and I have to word this very carefully in this one. Your body does require a certain amount of you not being active.
Red, isn't there like an Olympics coming up? You have to film with some shit.
I don't know. I don't know if I'm involved in it this year.
Hopefully,
Red, I
hopefully
love you
not.
to death, and that means that I will come just shy of it to stop you from killing yourself.
I get over ambitious very quickly.
The idea of a webcomic kind of like condensing things sounds like it'd be super neat, but like what Coffin said, it's just like at this point it's just unfeasible for us.
All right. Question for Grim.
No.
And it is, what is Reiner like as an older brother? This is from Stego Shark.
Very protective.
That's just the nice way of saying
If you
it,
didn't get that hint from the last.
I think it was pretty obvious.
Yeah. Do a lot. Gets all the stuff that she would like and stuff. Just that, over the top brother.
Just like, this is very precious. You will not break this, and anyone who comes near it in a threatening manner, I will destroy.
Cueing generic childhood scene where sister getting bullied and brother comes in and beat the shit out of everyone.
Yep.
Including the sister. That's what you get for getting into a fight.
How dare you?
This is how you win a fight.
I have to show you how to be tough. Let's see. Another question from Alec Reef, and this is hopefully an easy question because I think only maybe 3 or 4 of us need to answer this. I don't know if everybody actually has this. Is what Digimon TCG decks do you run, and do you go to any local tournaments? I'll start at the top.
I'll go last.
Yeah, I'll start at the top. I have an Alphamon deck and I have a Diaboromon deck. I'm working on eventually building a Guillemon mill deck. I don't have any local things near me to be able to run stuff. I wish I did.
I'm not very much of a competitive person, so I don't do tournaments. But I do have a non-competitive Justimon deck. It's Shaka, as well as a blocker deck that I run.
Storm here. I think we have a place nearby where we moved to that does some tournaments.
That's right. There is a place now.
I haven't really checked it out yet. I intend to, but for me, I run like Red. I'm not very much on the tournament scene because it's not really my thing. It might be fun to do it once, but I don't know if I will. But my main deck is, big surprise, Terriermon, and it's probably not very competitive. It's just me grabbing every single Terriermon card that I can. And but I'm also working on a Terriermon Lopmon hybrid deck in the background right now. And I'm really waiting for that new Alliance pack to drop so I can really put the finishing touches on it.
Wait till
I
EX4.
have to tell you I have to tell you a meme with EX4 Alliance. The meme, and I love it. I'm making this deck just for the meme. I wasn't gonna make the deck before, but now I am. Is to, in your egg deck, put 2 Mother Reapers in, because you can have a 15,000 beater to Alliance with, because it can't normally attack, but you can just suspend it for Alliance.
Oh no.
And then you swing with a Terriermon with like 17,000 DP checking 2.
Wait, you can have this sucker as a...
Yeah, it's in your egg
You just
deck.
have it as a backup. Yeah, you just put Mother Reaper as an egg in your egg deck, and then you can't digivolve off your back row very often, and it's a very costly thing memory resource wise. But you run it for the memes. You don't run it to win. You do it for
Yeah, no,
memes.
you never run it for wins.
There's somewhat competitive versions of it, but like it's hard to tell Japanese meta versus American meta.
Fair.
How it'll go when it's released in English. Who has yet to go? I think Pyro and Grim before I go.
Yeah. I'll go
Pyro?
second last.
Pyro, do you have any decks for the Digimon TCG?
I mean, pretty much all my decks are chases now because I just don't have time to play anymore. It's unlike the series stuff where it's just been like a long time. It's just not much time. But there is one thing that I like. My favorite that I had before I kind of had to fall out of things was the frickin' Black War Greymon deck that I had, which is a fusion of the red and black stuff. And I am kind of proud of the fact that before that became like one of the core kind of decks that people use, I was getting that together and figuring that out. But like now, unfortunately, just not really time to.
I was meta before it was meta.
That's fair.
Grim?
Yeah, Grim, you go first.
Yeah. So where do I start? Not all these decks are good, and my last one that I'll list is I've been having the worst luck ever. Trying to collect the cards. But yeah, I believe I have an Imperial deck. I have a old Alphamon deck. Like Alphamon X Antibody and all that stuff. I have a Black War Greymon deck that was meta like previous season. Then I believe like I give some of my friends my cards, so I play with his Gamamon deck, and he's got a purple Lilithmon deck that it's kind of not as strong, but like it's always a fun deck to play. And then lastly, I'm probably missing 3 decks, but I'm not gonna go and look for them right now. But lastly, I've been trying to do a Beelzemon deck since it's as strong it's ever been, but I've been trying to buy the Beelzemon Cup winning cards, and 2 times in a row, I've been given the wrong card.
Oh no.
So yeah,
There's the Beelzemon Cup winner card, which has the Beelzemon Cup stamp on it, and it has winner on the side. And it has the same art as the EX2 Beelzemon. And then there's the Beelzemon winner card, which does not have the Beelzemon Cup stamp on it. It just has winner on the side and the same art. And then lastly, there's the EX2 Beelzemon, which is just the art. And every time Grim has ordered the winner card with Beelzemon Cup on it, they just send him winner without the stamp on it, which is worth less than half the price. And they're
Yeah.
charging just as much as the original card.
Jesus.
That's not okay.
It's some bullshit. It's happened twice now.
I
had
hope
to
you got a
wait
refund.
Well, yeah, I got a refund. The other group I bought 3. It was just the winner one, and they were like, "Okay, return it to us." And I'm like, "Fuck you, screw you guys!" Like, really, you guys mess up, and now I have to do all this cleanup to get a refund. Like, so and then it happened again, and those guys just ended up just like letting me keep it. I'm like, good. Like, I'm not sending you guys back a $10 card because you guys messed up.
Right.
It's just really frustrating, and so I bought another one. We'll see, but because I've been waiting for so long, we got the unfortunate situation that the Beelzemon deck got nerfed. Got yeah,
June 1st limitations hit a lot of decks really, really, really hard, and it hit Beelzemon hardest.
Yep.
Yeah. So I still
really
want to
rough.
do it. It's the only one. I really don't have $200 to spend on updating a War Greymon deck or something like that. I don't know if V-Force is good anymore, but I definitely don't want to.
I think you cannot afford Old Force Vidramon, even if you wanted to. You
I
cannot
have
afford
one
that
Rina.
shit.
I should probably sell
That's
her.
not enough. Yeah, just sell it
It's
and
not
buy a
gonna
whole
be
deck for the
enough.
one Rina.
I just don't know where to
Sell it and buy a whole deck.
You actually remind me. I think I have like a Beelzemon Burst Mode card somewhere.
Oh yeah.
I just bought some Jussimon cards.
All the Beelzebub cards dropped, and I want to buy all
Oh
like
yeah,
because
While
like
you can.
get
they're
in there.
they're like
yeah,
$50.
get in there.
Now they're like down to $20 to $10. I'm like, I'm gonna do this because EX2
Yeah.
Beelzebub was $1. And I had one, and I was like, I don't really need it. I like the alt art, but the alt art's expensive. And then suddenly Beelzebub became big, and that card became from $1 card to a $30 card
Oh,
Yep.
Just for the standard art.
just for the
That's
standard art.
rough.
Yeah, and I was like,
That's
I should have
rough.
just bought it. I didn't want to be one of those guys that spends all of his money on the newest set of cards and be like, "Where's your money?" It's like, gone.
Well, it's gone.
Yeah.
Fancy cardboard, sir.
It's very nice. Have you seen it?
So, but I really want to do it right now before anything happens. But yeah, the Beelzebub's the deck I wanted to build, and I've been screwed over. So I'm just gonna have
Yep.
fun with
Damn
it
shame.
and do whatever.
Yeah,
hmm
shame.
I just get the cards
So-
I think look nice.
Right.
Fair.
Chase,
So
let's.
pretty.
I got the most
I'm
cool
not
Let's
gonna
hear
get.
it.
deck box ever.
I'm
by the way.
not gonna get into. So Grim, like 4 of Grimm's decks he listed are like my friend lets me play with his decks. I'm not gonna list Tom's 12 decks that he plays. Because we buy a considerable amount of fancy cardboard here, and we just kind of build almost every deck for almost every set, whether like fully tournament ready or not. But usually trying to err on the side of somewhat tournament ready, with a lot of like, oh yeah, I'll take all my memory boosts out of one deck and put them in the other when I'm gonna play that deck, and then I'll so I'm not buying like 20 red memory boosts. But I won't list all his decks, but the highlights are basically his Gallantmon is a big one. He's working on a Marcus/Rise Greymon deck for that, where he can punch people with the children.
Yep.
And then he's working on a couple other decks as well, but those are like his main 2 that he likes to play. For me, the ones I bring with me to every local tournament, because I try to play every Saturday. A little bit before these streams, I try to go play Digimon in person, and then I come home and play Digimon with my friends online.
Yes.
It's just Digimon Day, and I'm here for it. But these are just the decks I bring with me to everything. I have, I think, 7 more decks than this. Beyond that, the decks I bring with me are Minerva Loop, Beelzemon, Ulforce Vidramon, Metal Garurumon, Black War Greymon Rush, which is different than the standard Black War Greymon X deck. I'll like explain a little bit of that, but it's specifically the promo Black War Greymon is like the center of the deck instead of the BT8 Black War Greymon. Then from there I have Raid War Greymon, like War Greymon standard, not Black War Greymon. Raid War Greymon. Then from there I have Bloomlordmon, which just got hit. I need to rebuild it. It got hit because we lost Blossomon. And that was a really big deal.
Someone died?
Yes, it got limited to 1. Limited to just 1. Just like Argomon was the other Digisorption 3 that we had. And yeah, we got level 5s out for 1 memory from raising, but still.
What do you want about? Like, it's fine.
Like, just because it was free to do everything and we also got 2 other stacks out of it doesn't mean anything. We could just get Death X'd. It's nothing. It's fine. And then from there, I bring my Armor Rush deck with me, Machinedramon, / Chaosdramon, Chaosdramon X, and then Red Hybrid is what that's just the decks I bring with me.
Perfect.
So when we go to YomaCon,
I'm bringing my decks, and I'm going to get destroyed.
Well, I mean, you're just gonna borrow mine. Like they're all the decks that I listed are practically self-contained, and I bought dupes for everything, so I would be able to play them all against each other.
It's fair.
And
I mean, I'd like to bring my decks and make a chance to be like, I built this.
For sure.
Please
Yeah,
let it win.
Definitely.
I can't wait for my Terriermon deck to get absolutely bodied and for me to go crawling over to Chase like Doctor Strange. Like, teach me. And by teach me, I mean help me build a better deck. And by help me, I mean do it.
Just do it for me.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it is what
But
it
yeah,
is.
But yeah, I have all those. I go to my LCS, and there's like 10 to 12 regulars, depending on who you count as regulars, including myself, that go there. And 5 of them went to nationals last year.
Damn.
And I think 3 of them got past the first round. One of them would have gotten past the first round officially, but he won the first round. Then somebody called him over to their table, and while he was gone, someone else stole his deck.
No.
So he couldn't continue in Nationals, and they just took all of his Nationals cards.
That's awful.
So that was rough. But yeah, fucking the store that we play at has allegedly one of the best Beelzemon players in it. Allegedly, he says that, so who knows if he's accurate or not. But he does tend to have the sauce on Beelzemon almost all the time. Whenever we're talking about building Beelzemon decks, I'm like, I'll ask him for you, Grim, and see what he would recommend. And then Grim's usually like, no, I know better. I know better than him.
I can
I
do
got
this.
the cooler deck bucks. I got the cooler stuff.
Yeah, man. He's not all
nothing
there.
to me.
He's not all there.
Grim Q's being like, man, the worst player in California is better than the best player in your store. And I'm like, man, we'll fucking see about that, I guess. Fucking we'll go punch each other at Nationals and find out.
We'll see how it works.
But yeah, they just got rid of invites to Nationals from store championships, which I was really sad about because I was going to go hard today. Today was a store championship. I was going to go so hard and just be the sweatiest dude there. But then they took that away, so it's like it doesn't matter how you do in the store championship. You just get other shiny cardboard, and then you don't get to go to Nationals off of that alone. You have to do like online events for it.
Yeah,
So
sure.
I didn't go as hard as I could have. I placed 4th with Ulforce of Idramon, which I should have lost. Being fully honest, every deck has bounce protection. Every deck has like a 15k in security. But yeah, you know, I still managed to squeak out some wins here and there. But yeah,
Good
at any rate. At any rate, I'm done talking about it for now.
No, it's fair. Like we're all right. The Digimon TCG talk is now past. We can move on to other things.
Yeah.
This one should also be a pretty easy, simple question to get through before we get into another deeper one. This is a question from Matthew Frederick Goggin. And this is, I actually have to ask, can we expect more original Digimon like Magimon and CJ in the future?
No,
I would
that's
like. Yep, that's it. We're done. Bye, everybody. No, it's I would like to make more, at least out of my own head, and be like, hey, let's get some more in here. My problem is that I need to have, you know, my moments of creativity shine through, and the worst part is that those moments usually happen when I'm at work, and I'm like, I don't have the time to write this down because I'm currently dealing with patient care. So.
Hold on, sir.
Angela
I have to write this down.
I have to write this down. I have to make sure that I have the name down for this stupid
When
idea.
I play make-believe with my friends, they're going to love this, sir.
It's going to be so cool. I'm going to pay an artist, and they're going to insult me to my face. Thanks,
So,
Vince.
so it's okay. I have a second job playing pretend.
I'll lose my medical license. But,
If I may make a recommendation,
oh, yeah?
Angela Anaconda-mon.
No.
Well, actually, it's just Angela-mon.
Yeah, no.
No, Angela Anaconda-mon is obviously the ultimate level, and
Of
that's why
course.
it's an additional original Digimon.
Yep. I mean, I could try. Look, as Alec, I love you to death, and I appreciate you so much for making making Nickmon as well as the champion version of things. My problem is, one, I don't know where I'd put it, and two, I don't know what voice I'd give it without just sounding like me, and it would be like the roughest situation to be like, all right, when is Nick talking as a DM, and when is this lost sassy child talking? So I would like to get some ideas in there, believe you me. I just need to figure it out. But the plan is to, if I can, hopefully I'd like to introduce at least a couple more before game end. But we'll have to see on that one. I don't see them happening this arc currently, but again, my brain is always subject to change. Like, for example, the pit traps. That was a last minute change. So I can always last minute like hard left turn and be like, all right, got some ideas. Let's get the artist on the line.
Yeah, there've been discussions, like I think Chase opened the floodgates with Magimon. Like I think a lot of us are gonna be more creative, like if in the event of a campaign 2 when we get to make new characters and pick new partners. I think it's gonna be interesting.
I will say
we have the budget.
I will say I already have ideas for a second character and a second partner.
The fact that you came to me with this when we were like, I think what, session 5 or 6 when you
Session
came to me.
6.
Yeah, and I was just like, Storm, we just got started, man. I appreciate the enthusiasm, but I appreciate the
English major. He cannot be contained.
Yeah, look, here's the thing. This happens to me every single time I play D&D, where I'll submit a character that I think is pretty good. I'll get the gears going now that I'm in the game, and think of all the his opportunities I could have gone with. So I start developing things so that it's better for next time.
I appreciate that, believe you me, but I need you to get out of the fast lane right now.
It's okay. Hey guys, everyone down for speedrunning this campaign so I can get to my next character? Kidding. Obviously kidding.
Gary's just gonna be like, "What are you talking about? And why is your nose bleeding?"
Oh my god. What?
Doesn't look like anything to me.
Like a chi.
What
She's in
happened?
the Digi Dest art.
Oh, did we post a thing? Uh-oh.
Oh
my god! Oh god damn it. That is
Oh yeah.
The boys!
beautiful.
Guess we're adding
I
that
was
to next
like-
stream, but fuck. Look at those boys!
Look at them hug.
Look at those boys!
They're so
So
happy.
good.
God, those
So
are some good
amazing as
boys.
always.
God,
Mm.
I swear, everyone who's got a creative bone in their body that's been watching our stuff, you guys are insane, and I'm constantly like humbled with the amount of shit you guys make. Like, goddamn.
Seriously.
Look at
Fucking
those
wild.
smiles. They're
They
so
are-
happy.
It's
They have no idea what they're in for.
POV. They are about to enter the trap room.
That is the perfect ER energy.
With how tall Reiner and Riot are, it's like, oh yeah, we have to bend over. He fell again.
Oh god, this.
Something about
I'm
Gary's.
so sorry that I distracted us like this, but oh,
we've been bamboozled.
I just gotta say this real fast. Something about Gary's picture, I mean this as a compliment, reminds me of one of the kids from Magic School Bus.
Arnold,
Was that his name?
the redhead,
I think so.
Arnold or Arthur.
That's Arnold. I thought
Yep.
it was
Yeah.
Arnold.
With the
So-
fizz? No way.
So I've got
Speaking-
another. Oh yeah, go ahead, Pyro, and I will get to the next question that we've got.
Oh, I was gonna say, speaking of art, we actually have one that we kind of might not have noticed yet on the donations from Missile Killer, aka Ash, the one that's made a whole bunch of the stuff you're seeing in the roll right now.
Oh my god.
From the tri-mimicry art to the individual character and Digimon arts that you're seeing there. So one, good opportunity to say, freaking thank you. Holy crap, those are amazing. And two, their question is, hi, just got off my shift, so I wanted to try and squeeze in a quick question. What do the characters watch off of YouTube? Music reviews, let's plays, video essays, TikTok comps, etc.
Eddie memes. A lot of Eddie memes. Oh yeah, he loves that sound effect so much.
They had the punishment. Do you live in a cave?
That's another D&D character I'm playing right now.
Good. We already heard that Gary does a lot of like DIY videos, I think.
You
Yep.
probably watch video essays too. That makes sense for him.
He would be watching deep dives. Wow.
Grayson
Yeah.
is like a lot of anime AMVs and a lot of lore videos to franchises to fandoms he does not belong to.
It's just like, I just want to know.
Yeah, like he's like, well, I'm not really that big into Star Wars. But what do the different colors of the lightsabers mean?
Damn, that stuff in Undertale is crazy.
Yeah. Wait, so the Bleach, so all this happened in Bleach before the events of the show. Wow, I'm never gonna watch that.
No one really knows what the bite of 87 is, but
Somewhere,
and we're done with that
somewhere
bit. We're done with that bit.
Somewhere out there, Logan just kind of looks up from his computer and goes, huh?
Riot, when it comes to YouTube, he's found the magic of commentary-less walkthrough videos. So whenever it's one of the newer games, he'll check them out there. He has some of the older systems because he could afford to get those once they like dropped in value. But generally, any new games he's got to rely on. Well, maybe watching it's just as good as playing it.
I feel as though like the second he opens a YouTube video and he goes, "What's up, guys? It's your buddy, massive gamer, 3XV. He coming at you with your new who walkthrough," and he's just like, "Yeah, this is not going to be the one I need. I need
let me type no commentary into it."
Don't forget to hit subscribe and hit that noti bell."
He's found that typing the video game's name and then the movie also works sometimes.
Yep, that's usually a great way to get through some stuff. What about Reiner? What does he watch on YouTube?
What he watches?
Yeah, what would he watch on YouTube?
Icing compilations.
It's those videos where guys go to places and eat food and talk about
Yeah,
food.
like, oh, I gotta cook that. Yeah.
How
Get
yo,
on
those
my-
tiger prawns are so big, that's crazy.
How do I get those?
Can I order those? What do you mean they're local only? This is bullshit.
What do you mean they only have like 1 day of like preserving? What do you mean it'd take 5 days to come here? How do I get these? So yeah, I'd say that, and like, you know, compilations of like Gordon Ramsay being dumb or some stuff like that.
I like to imagine Reiner has at least at one point either gone or thought of and nearly committed to a road trip to go pick something up and cook it right then and there, like wherever he bought it.
Fully had the time and
Yeah.
money.
I'm sure he's
He got
like,
his-
but he gets in the van or gets in his little cart or whatever, and he's just like, it could be so easy. I could be there and back. I just don't need sleep. It's fine.
I like to imagine he got the keys to his car, got out, Googled the directions, only to find out it's like up in Canada, and it's like he lives all the way down like Jersey or some shit.
It's like, well,
I can't remember what all this is.
we said that Earl Vista was at least like central U.S. So
Yeah, he has to go across the border twice.
exactly. But
Located in scenic, dreaded Iowa.
where it's all flat and nothing happens. But here's an interesting one from Blue Q. New question here.
Thank you, Blue.
And this is a question I'm not going to answer. I would just like to hear your guys' thoughts on this one. And it is a bit of a revelation on the admins. So we know that Stone has been revealed, but there are still 2 more admins who haven't been revealed. And from rewatching the first stream, there was an admin who was typing in this message, and it's slowly being revealed as far as their understanding of it. Is there a possibility that one of the 2 is the one who typed that message? So they're wondering about, from episode 1, who is that person that sent the message to you all?
I've actually put some thought into that. And my question is, do we know for certain there's only 3 admins?
You don't.
And that's sort of the conclusion I came to. Like,
Actually, technically, you do know the answer to this.
we do? Hold on,
Yeah.
I have ER brain.
CJ said it to
It
you.
was in, yeah, it was CJ's office.
Yeah, I could have
Fucking
sworn it was
shit.
like there's
There were-
extra chairs.
There were 7 chairs.
Yeah, so there's 7
There we
admins
go.
at the very least.
Yes, but there's only been
So-
3 that have been roughly mentioned in theory. At least their usernames. So the other
So we
four.
don't know. Yeah. Thank you, Astro. Thank you, Blue. Everyone's like the chairs. The chairs. Thank
Yep.
you.
You're welcome. I hope those chairs continue to give you nightmares.
It's just like a
It's
visit
a fucking
to
meme in the
SuckerCon.
server. The chairs. Can we get a chair emote? Jesus.
Can we get a chair emote? Do I need to send a picture of my like current beat to shit chair and that
You
just becomes
want
the
to
emote?
give our audience the chair? What is wrong with you?
Yeah, just
So
from
many
Shrek. Give him the
things.
chair.
That's right, bros. You hit that naughty bell and you can be entered into my sweepstakes to win a new gaming chair.
It's just my old one. While I buy a new one.
It's new to you.
Yep. You're welcome, Astro.
But yeah, there is a possibility that if the recording that we got is recent, then it's probably not Stonehenge. But there's still the question if we can trust Stonehenge.
Oh yeah, Grayson's
there's-
been putting a lot of thought into that himself, actually.
Yeah, like there's sort of the thing in the room is like, oh well, we're clearly being pursued by at least one admin. So we have a 1 in 7 chance of this being the one that is trying to fuck us up right now.
We also don't know if the one admin is walking alone.
To be fair, he's not pursuing us. We just keep getting in his business and then he tries to kill us, shocked we weren't already dead.
You guys are still. How'd you find me again? What the fuck? I love how. Oh my god, this is.
It's like going to Silver in Pokemon and Gold and Silver. Like, get out of my way, guy. Like, I'm busy doing things.
But yeah, like we have no way of knowing, at least contextually, which admin is which at this point. Aside from Stonehenge, who's like, "Hi, I'm Stonehenge," and we could easily find another person just.
There's also the argument of is he?
Hold on, I got
Stonehenge?
a text scam I have to bait.
Well.
Well, have fun.
Okay.
There's a lot of lingering question marks, which is fun.
Good.
But
I think there's just one dude who's very bored.
One guy
impersonating 6 other people.
I think the admin trying to kill us is Reiner's sister.
this admin's doing what I did back in my RuneScape days of just opening like 5 different browsers and like running 5 different accounts all at once, trying to like get some shit to walk. I was very bored in the early 2000s.
That's fair. Early 2000s didn't have a lot. Grim, your thoughts?
That's true.
Sorry, I had something come up. What was the question again?
So they were asking about the admin, and in session 1, when I did the little intro thing before introducing you guys, they're wondering what you guys think of like who that is, because you guys have already been introduced to Stonehenge, and you've been introduced to the idea of at least the usernames of 2 other admins. So they're wondering like your guys' thoughts on
Who do you think it was that sent you guys the message?
or just general thoughts on the admins.
I have currently no idea at the moment. Like, I feel like you still got a lot more hidden that wouldn't be able to open up that kind of door for me on who it could be.
Fair enough.
I mean, it's at least clear that there's the guy who's pursuing us seems to have some level of admin privileges to some extent.
That was red herring, right?
We don't.
We
Do we
don't
know that for sure?
know.
I don't think we know that
so.
for sure.
Okay.
The guy pursuing us, who has like seems to have admin level privileges to do stuff, and was probably an admin. Who knows? Then red herring, who is putting all the admin logs in, Stonehenge, who has found Ryder's sister and found out about all this.
Yeah.
And then the original person at the beginning who sent the Digivice message. Who knows if any of these are overlapped?
I think it's your dad. I think it's Gary.
I think so too. I think it's Mayor Pasternak.
I
He's
think
been at it the whole time.
Also,
Gary,
that
this
was
is
Side note thing: if it is Mayor Pasternak, his Digimon is Prince Mamemon.
great. Gary, I
Maybe
did this to
just
make
wanna
you
put
become
that
a
in.
man.
Guys, I have an idea.
Yeah.
Maybe the real admins are the friends we made along the way.
That
There we
seems
go.
plausible.
Nick,
Also, it's my favorite hit trope.
Great.
Nick.
What's up?
how dare you name someone red herring? Because if it turns out to be them, I can't be certain now. And also, I can't go, well, obviously his name's Red Herring, so it's not gonna be him, because that's what I would expect him to be. You put me in the trap that happens in The Princess Bride. You put me in the moment and, well, obviously I can't choose the goblet close to me, because you would.
You committed one of the classic
So Sicilian when death is on the line.
And
I'm,
it's
I'm
gonna
just ready to see the most well liked and sought after of the admins, MacGuffin.
Although, guys, I feel like we need to be aware of Chekhov.
Here's at least what I can tell you for the most part.
His Gundramon.
I had way too much fun naming all of the admins. I had way too much fun coming up with both their usernames and their real life names.
Good.
Which
I'm
I've
excited
had a
for
very good
this.
time with. Because again, you have to understand is that they were young when they made their admin usernames, meaning they kept those because they weren't able to change them.
Oh
But-
god, this is how RedBeast happened.
Yep, this is how it goes. But I will say, I look forward to seeing how all of you react to learning more about the admins that you're currently aware of, the admins you've never heard of yet, as well as learning about, just in general, like, who is it that keeps trying to kill us? That seems odd that we keep getting attacked, and even though we try to be like, can we leave? That's never an option we're given.
There's a bigger story here that we just don't know yet.
Yeah, it's weird. It's almost like I'm making a mystery or something.
Oh, thank
Nick,
goodness
no, that
that's
would
not the case.
require writing and storycraft.
Yeah, I currently don't have a notebook filled with notes right next to me. That's it's a book on phonics. But no, I just wanted to hear your thoughts on this one because I thought it was an interesting ask.
Heck yeah.
I guess this is a question that I can technically answer, but I'd like to hear what your guys' thoughts are on it as well. This is a question from the Mystic Dory Cat. And it is, what does Vanmon think of its current passengers?
Kill.
But in all seriousness, I don't know. I don't fucking know dick about shit. Who knows? Fucking for all I know, it's like those two, Riot and Gary. Those fuckers kept me alive when all I wanted was to die. Just wanted to pass away peacefully, and now I'm gone.
You didn't save my life, you ruined my death.
Oh no!
Exactly.
I just wanted to pass away peacefully, and now I'm God.
That's a time to an anime, I'm sure.
That's the necromancer and the asshole that hired him. I'm supposed to be dead. I was supposed to be dead 150,000 miles ago.
It really does feel like the name of an anime.
I was supposed to be dead 150 miles ago, releasing this fall.
Just wait until Vanmon's Dr. Manhattan arc.
The necromancer and the asshole that hired him coming to a theater near you.
I'm sorry, and who asked that question? Mystic Neko?
That was from the Mystic Dory Cat.
Mystic Dory Cat. I'm sorry, like that name is just so cool.
Thank
I'm
you.
just saying, like, wait, what?
I'm saying thank you for the question.
Yeah.
Because like all I'm thinking of is Mystic Knights of Tinanok.
Fair enough. I have a response from Vanmon about this question. Are you ready?
Nope.
I have to
Beep.
I have to hope that it'll go through. There we go. I hope it went through.
Beautiful.
It's a good time.
It did,
Oh, wait.
at least in part.
I'm glad at least part of
At
it
least on
went
some
through.
part, yeah.
Yep.
Also, why the hell did that just ping up now? I just saw on screen just shortly. Wait, am I wrong?
What do you want?
might-
to
Oh no,
You're not
never
wrong.
mind. My video that's playing is just super far behind and does
It's not
that.
on, it's not on the live button.
Yeah, that happens to me for whatever reason. Every now and then, my stream would be unsynced.
Yeah.
Yeah, happens to me too.
Yeah, I tab between a bunch of different tabs. I think that's what does this.
Here's another interesting one I think we can do. I think I'm gonna do this and one more, and unless you guys want to keep going for a while, because I've got nothing else to do tonight.
I'm good to keep going.
I want to make sure that we're all okay. Because we've been going at this.
There
for
is a
bit.
wall of text in front of me. What is that question?
You know what? Fair. We
Yeah, I
should
saw
get through
that.
a good majority of this. So, let's see if we can rapid fire through some of these. Then let's see if we can go back to rapid fire mode. All right.
Rapidmon!
Alrighty. Going back to rapid fire mode. So, this is a question from Toe Jamson.
Ooh.
They said, Nick, you've previously mentioned that Digimon Abridged is canon to this game. Is there any other media that you can canonize as well? Well, that can be arranged via some of my players if they want to help out with this one. I can canonize like past events, but if you guys want to make like certain media, like it's a thing, then congrats, we can make it a thing.
RuneScape.
RuneScape
The
is
moon
real.
landing.
The
The
moon
plot
landing
of
is real.
RuneScape happened.
The plot of it happened, yes. Did it happen in RuneScape, though? Alrighty, so
Kids next door.
Evangelion.
all right.
The moon landing being faked.
Oh, so it's actually fake. God. You know what the worst part about that is now? You've written yourself into a corner. Now you have to make a joke in one of the future 01 episodes of the moon landing actually being fake.
No, we don't. No, we don't. Just because your show, this stream is canned to our show doesn't mean that your stream is
Like-
canned to our show.
I mean,
The moon
relevant.
landing, the
My
moon
shit's in the
landing was
future
obviously
anyway.
faked, but it was faked so well that nobody knows it was faked.
That's fair.
Look,
That's fair.
Exactly.
It was going.
I mean-
it was faked so well that the director Stanley Kubrick wanted to shoot on location.
Of course, yes.
Yes.
Relevantly, Metabots.
Yes.
Yep.
I mean, yeah,
Yes.
true. How else are we gonna get an extra type of Digizoid?
So Pokemon actually didn't succeed in this timeline. It's like it had the same success Digimon had.
Well, like first season was fire, and then it sort of petered off a little bit.
Ah,
Yeah.
shame.
Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
Yep.
It's actually in this setting. It's actually a American show that Japan imports and dubs with their own Japanese actors
That's
for their ripoff show Super Sentai.
so. Common Rider was never a thing in Japan. Oh.
Kamen Rider.
I like to
you
imagine-
mean-
Go ahead.
You mean Masked Rider?
Oh no. Oh no. Guys, for anyone who's a fan of Kamen Rider, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry that we're ruining the
In this
entirety of that
world-
franchise in this world.
In this world, we have Uncommon Rider.
We have no.
And his sidekick, Rarity Variant.
Oh nope. You stop that. All right. Next up is a question from Scott D. I hope we can answer this one quickly. Is that if we were doing a superhero game instead of Digimon, but you were still playing as the same human characters, what would your superpowers be?
Invulnerability.
Yep. Tracks.
At this point in the story, Gary would probably have invisibility.
Oh yeah.
I feel like Grayson, like the generic answer would be that he's Gear from Static Shock, just super intelligence, technology control.
Okay.
Technokinesis.
Yeah, technokinesis. But I feel like this, the generic answer, and he might be more of a. That's where he is right now, probably. But
Let's see if that changes.
Yeah.
Riot?
I feel like, considering how he is, he'd probably be someone more like. I know it's kind of basic to say this. I don't want to be like the Hulk, but probably more durable, like super strength, kind of like slam the ground with a foot
ground
down
pound.
and it cracks along the ground, kind of stuff.
Got a ground pound.
Yeah.
I'm surprised neither Riot or ER picked super healing.
Right.
Well, I was going to pick healing, but then I was like, well, no, that might work better because ER would still get hurt in the process.
Fair enough. Grim?
Superhero stuff?
Yeah, if Reiner was to have like a
what's
superpower.
Reiner's- What superpower would Reiner have?
It probably from the origins of his original concept for the thing. More than like powers, it'd be like, spiritual key or energy of that sort. So, and you'd be
Alright.
more of a martial artist.
Be more
Iron
Iron
Fist,
Fist.
sweet.
Yeah.
What was that?
Iron Fist.
Iron Fist.
Just
Yeah, I
high five
guess.
from across the country.
I'd probably say something like that then. So yeah.
Okay. Next up, another quick fire we can easily do. What is everyone's every person's character's comfort food?
Pizza.
Pizza.
Hot pot.
All right.
So there's this thing you can make called poor man's pizza. And
Oh,
it's
no.
basically you take a slice of bread. If you got a toaster, you toast it. You put a slice of Kraft American cheese or whatever generic brand you have on it. You put ketchup on top of that. And then if you have it, you put pepperoni. If not, you put like broken up bologna on it. And then you put it in the microwave if you got a microwave for a minute there, let it cook. And then you got a poor man pizza.
I forgot we were
And
asking
how
Riot.
does that bring you comfort?
Forgot we were asking Pyro a food question. I should have stood corrected.
I mean, it brings him comfort because it's outside the normal and it's something that he gets to make for himself.
That's oddly
I
also
think
the same shape.
I think a Lunchable is cheaper than a poor man's pizza.
But this has
But
the
he
bonus
made
of
it.
also. This also has
True.
the bonus of being what EOS Sleep Paralysis Demon takes the form of.
Good, yes, that's good.
I think
For-
Grayson's.
Go
Oh, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
I'll just be super quick then. For Gary, it's Chicago style deep dish pizza or Japanese curry.
For Grayson, I feel as though he just gets chicken tendies, chicken nuggets.
It's a good comfort food.
Like
I'm glad
just
that I'm glad that Nova said, "Oh, we sneak alcohol."
That's not a food.
That's not a food.
There we go. That's why we didn't say it.
like
That's
he
an
just
unhealthy coping mechanism, not a comfort food.
Exactly. Also, thank
Grayson
you.
just like grabs Wendy's, like just grabs fries and just eats as he's gaming.
Yep. Let's see. Thank you, Tara, for that question. I know that I think we'll do one more question, and Graham, I know you said that you got to wander, so if you want to wander after this question, you can. So, but what is Earl Vista's main export?
Children.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
Got him.
Human trafficking.
Protagonists.
What the fuck?
It's main expert on protagonists.
Exactly. It makes
I was saying human trafficking. You were
Yeah.
going something wholesome.
I guess so.
We are not the
How-
same.
How dare me? What?
How dare me? I would say for Earl Vista, its main export is recently due to its big like technological boom that's occurred over the last few years, is that it is attempting, keyword is attempting, to be a Midwest Silicon Valley company. And it is
Well, that's what it's importing.
that's what it
Has
it's
it exported anything yet?
I would say for the most part it's probably doing like well
PDF.
Behold,
for
the new
export-
tech company Snapple.
for the export portion of things, it was more of like a simple like mom and pop shop kind of place for the most part. So, you know, more similar like knickknack or like handmade goods was its thing before the tech boom. So it was very homey. It wasn't a very wealthy town up until the tech
If-
rise came up.
After
they-
the tech
if they
boom,
did
its
farming-
exports are PSDs and PDFs.
Yep.
Got him. If
Yep.
they did farming, it would be corn. There's no
Prob-
way that they wouldn't. They,
Oh,
that's,
oh, they
there's no way that's
absolutely-
not their main crop.
Oh,
is
it would
corn.
be. Yeah, it would be.
Fucking probably honey as well. You could probably get relatively good
Oh
honey.
crap! Are
in-
we in
in
Ohio?
Texas,
No, you're not.
No.
No, please
I gotta
don't
say,
say no.
No.
Riot definitely gives me the vibes of that guy who would go out and just make crop circles in a cornfield just to fuck with somebody.
Mhm,
Yeah,
mhm.
probably.
Or
Just-
Earl Vista's latest endeavor is trying to enter the console wars late.
Yep.
They're producing the Soldier Game
Fuck,
Boy.
did we
The
make
similar-
the Ouya?
Oh no! Please don't say we
Similar
made the Ouya.
element I was gonna say is I like the idea that they still make like Radio Shack level hardware for like various things that have such niche elements for people to use. Like they make radio parts, and like they had like the only VHS factory still remaining in America.
Which is why they get hit up by like
Google-
very wealthy people who are like hobbyists who are just like, you still make
Grayson
this.
is in these shops every day, just like, and this was technology before I was born.
Yes.
Google quietly opened the site there and started work on the Stadia, and then when it crashed, they quietly closed up that shop and took it out of the state.
That sounds about right.
The warehouse is still there to this day, waiting to be explored.
Full of
Alrighty.
Stadias that no one wants to take.
I left every Stadia I own in one place.
Now you just have to find where you going.
Are you going to find it because it's such a mysterious treasure? No.
Go
find
right behind me. You can take them.
You will find it.
Exactly.
Or it will find you.
Just General Zod from Man of Steel.
ER just keeps falling off his skateboard because he keeps running into this fucking Stadia's all over the place.
Earl Vista's fucking on Earl Vista's fucking like what's the word? What's the thing when they show you like all the hotspots and whatnot?
Yeah.
They probably had it as one of the things that was big about Earl Vista is that they had the last remaining blockbuster before it shut down.
Can Earl Vista be built on the ground where like Atari buried all the ET video games?
That's the reason why.
Yes, it's haunted ground.
Exactly. Alrighty.
Okay.
Grim, if you wanted to wander, you certainly can, because I think the next few questions should be simple. So
Okay.
I know you're busy with things.
Yeah,
but yeah,
I'm getting called
My
out.
boy, you go
No
get your
problem.
stuff.
thank
Thank
you
you so
for
much,
joining
everyone.
us, bud.
Love you, being here, man.
Thanks for all the amazing questions, everyone. Thank you.
Take
Love all you guys. Bye.
Later, Grim.
Oh my god, that guy's so cool.
He's super cool.
Can I get his autograph? That's my question for the chat.
We're working on it. It's currently in the queue. This is a question that is shot me in the gut, and I have to address it now.
Oh.
This is a question from Ryuka Ruki, and it says, "We haven't seen any female Digimon or characters yet. Even Salamon was male despite their evolution lines. Is this because Nick can't pull off those voices? What'll happen when Reiner's sister shows up?" And to that I say, how dare you doubt my diversity in voice? I haven't done any female voices yet, because no female Digimon have arrived yet. Have I done that on purpose? No, it's coincidence. Shut up.
Man,
I
Nick is
really
getting into the
thought-
best Mighty Python.
Sister.
I really thought
It's my female voice. It's fine. It's great.
He's just like he's that woman from Kung Pao.
You guys know back in the day when abridging started and all the creators were afraid to talk to women?
Yeah. But no, what I'd end up doing is if I'm going to find a female voice for things, I'm just going to do the stepsister from Shrek. Hey, how you doing? And that's what
Hey,
you'll get.
how's it going? I'm your
Because you've called me out on this, every female voice Digimon is now going to have this voice. You have now chosen this. You have now
Dr.
burned
Girl.
this path onto this ground.
I really thought when you said, and to that I say, I thought you were just gonna cut stream.
I wish I did, but no, we have more questions to get through.
Plot twist, Sukamon is a girl.
This whole time.
All the Numamon have been male, have been female.
Oh, no.
Here's a question for you guys that I can laugh at as well. This is also from Ryuka Ruki, asking the real heavy hitters. Is the entire direction of the plot Nick, or does he ask for assistance from the others now and then for a second opinion? Feel free
Oh
to
my
discuss
God,
this while I laugh.
He asks us all the time for help. It's like, guys, I don't know what to do next for the story. And we tell him, okay, so allow us as a suspicious of CEO Digimon right now. What you want to do is make him actually a good guy. No, he doesn't ask us at all.
Well, here's the thing: we script
what
everything
happens-
out.
What happens is that Nick pitches an idea by making it real in the moment, and then we pitch back a counter idea by fucking it up. And in that way, we collaboratively work together to make the story happen.
Impromptu. We
if you-
also hack Roll20, so when we agree that our goal should succeed, we make it succeed.
So I just gotta say,
Yeah,
you weren't
guys,
supposed to
Digi Destiny's
explode
entirely
it?
scripted. Digi Destiny's entirely scripted. Each script is like 200 pages long. We just memorize it right before game, knock it out, perfect every time. You're welcome.
Sorry, we had to pull back the curtain on this one.
It's important to define what you mean by direction and assistance, because an example, direction and assistance could mean how, like, I'll send messages to Nick sometimes with ideas that I have, and then I assume he will then look at his list of what he's got there and go, yeah, if I can move it up a couple more sessions to where he kills Riot. I can just move that up to here.
Every
I was
session
waiting for
before
you
the
to
session, every session, Pyro messages Nick saying, kill Riot. And every time Nick asks, why do you keep asking me for this? And every time Pyro says, do it, you won't, coward. And it
Three
repeats
sessions
over
like,
and over
because
again.
I don't like being here.
And then immediately after that, he gets about 3 messages from me about golden digi eggs.
Just about, yeah. Essentially what happens is whenever I get a message from Pyro about that, I just have an hourglass and I just turn the sand over and I'm just like, and we wait for this rant to be over? And then when the
I
sands
actually want to
end,
set the record straight,
Yeah,
just
no.
right quick. I make that joke a lot because it's funny to me. It does not actually mean I don't want to be here. It does not actually mean that I'm actually vying for
No,
Riot
we
to
know
die.
it's a bit. We know it's a bit.
I found it funny ever since freaking Jeremy Renner would, on the Avengers movies and all of that throughout his entire career of it, he was always pitching to the director ways that he could just get killed off, and he just kept going.
He got his own series of it too.
Yep.
Yep. He's just like, man, I
Pyro.
really couldn't be let to die.
Man, Endgame, he's like, oh, this is it. This is it. Like, imagine they filmed an alternate version where it was him that died, and it's like, I noticed that I'm here at this big battle, and Scarlett isn't.
Why'd you assholes make me do that?
I get the feeling that they're going to use the other take.
I guess something makes me think this. Oh well.
I'll make everyone here. I think I'm the only one with a backup character on on standby.
So what you're saying is we have to kill Grayson.
Please,
Yeah,
now.
that's what it is. Yeah, no, we now have to aim the reticle. But
we pitch. We like occasionally we'll give Nick like feedback on like what we'll like. Hey, I'm planning to do this session. Like, just give him an idea of what our character like our objectives are. But when it comes to the overall story or the plot, Nick hasn't, as far as I know, approached any of us for notes. Because like I DM and I've repeatedly gone to Coffin for notes and feedback on what I'm doing to my players, because they are now level 19, and holy shit, that is a very challenging level to DM for.
Yeah, to balance
Also,
that is pretty insane.
Also, I just want to say, like, something that I really like about this game is that there isn't a quote-unquote level system. Like, yeah, we have the rookie, champion, and ultimates, but our characters aren't necessarily like, we're level 5 characters. No, we're just our boys.
You're just some dude.
Yeah, exactly. That kind of makes it easier to just kind of go through things.
Like, if we get hit once without our shields, we die.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Pretty much, yeah.
That's how it works in real life too.
You're welcome.
Yep.
For mortality?
No, for the opposite.
To quote
Perfect.
Brian David Gilbert, Every living being has 1 hit point. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Have a good night.
That's honestly one of my favorite episodes.
It's pretty great.
So good.
Oh yeah, Chase, thank you for making me get into that series.
I don't think I've seen that one.
Fuck
Which
yeah.
one was that?
hit point
That
generation
was,
for your pets.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I'm going to stay up late tonight and watch that one.
Yep.
Okay, have fun.
The next question we have is from Ben McCornis.
We
Ben
should
McCor-
probably
Ben-
call
Ben-
it with this one.
Yeah, this can be the last one because we broke through half the list. Thank God.
Yes.
So because I had to get through some of these that were repeats. But from Ben McComas, this will be our last one before we wrap up for tonight. And I'll go ahead and I'll change the question here after we answer it. But it is, how did you guys decide how the Digimon would act? Did the tamer give an idea and then the partner just ran with it? Or was it more experimentation between you guys?
A bit of both, if I remember correctly, because we, if I remember the order of events, and everyone please fact check me on this. We decide our partners before we knew how the mechanics of everything was going to operate. So as far as for example, as far as I knew, I was like, okay, I'm me, and Majimon's my partner. And then we decided, okay, someone else is going to play that Digimon, and I believe in the first session we decided, oh wait, no, Grim, you roll for this, because I made the first roll for Monodramon because we didn't fully talk about it.
Right.
Yeah, but in terms of how the Digimon behave and who they are as people, I believe there was a discussion between Tamer and Digimon. For example, Red, when you were casted as Terriermon, you and I had a very brief discussion of who Terriermon is, because you know me very well, and you're so you want him to be a little disaster gremlin. And I was like, yeah. And you're like,
all right, full crime,
Carpe.
got it.
And Pyro, I remember it was just another thing of me telling you, so this is what I'm going to do for Flamemon, and you more so here's what I want you to do for Flamemon, kind of this kind of energy. We went back and forth until you were yeah, that's at least that's my experience with it.
I think it's safe to say that the personality of both Tamer and partner was part of the inception of the character when we were making our characters.
I'll say this
Go ahead.
much. I think that I think Magimon is the most wildly different than how I had intended Magimon to be, and that's not a bad thing. I've been very much enjoying the way Pyro's been tackling Magimon, and Wizardmon is also wildly different than what I had expected him to be. Neither one of them are particularly close to the original layout for it, but
how
overall, I've
dare
been
you? No.
very much enjoying the way that it's been going. Because I like Gary not knowing what's going on, and when I don't know what's going on or what to expect, it really helps me portray that in Gary.
That and
So-
Magimon is just fucking fun.
So straight up, that maybe is straight up my fault then, because I remember we had talks about, and I tried to interpretate from what you said what you wanted, and I might have just misinterpreted from it. But also on the scene, it's kind of there's a different vibe when you're in it and trying to figure out how to in the split second think about it. So I just kind of roll with sometimes what I got.
You're on the spot. It's not like being in the booth where you can do retakes.
Yeah, it's not like Nick told us in advance, hey, so you know you're Digimon in this episode. Not a lot of it's on the fly.
To be fair, though, I have had a fair amount of conversations with Chase between things to try and do my best to try and at least meet a middle ground or something to not completely take away from.
I also like that the way that you've been portraying the Digimon is there's a lot of room for character development from this point where we're starting. So that means that the Digimon gets to grow a lot more and the player gets to grow a lot more. Everything gets to be improved over time and get even better than where it's at. If it was just hey, he's good, he's fucking set. Actually, he's got no problems.
This is
then
who
there's not
they
a lot of room
is.
to grow from there. So I do like that there have been plenty of different situations where I'm oh boy, we can do a lot with this.
Yeah, and Storm has actually also given me a few notes on Terriermon. I think in session 2, you're just more flaws. I was okay.
I was more gremlin, and then you was I'm stealing this guy's club. It's mine now.
There's Because I only have the two to compare between with it. Like what I've done with Chase compared to like what Storms had to do with me in regards to it. I feel like, and it also comes down to the characters themselves and how they work and feel and what the person wants. Because ultimately, it is someone else's vision of their stuff and whatnot. I've been a lot more lax with Flamemon only because of the fact that I felt like the character was kind of like laid back, lax. He didn't like have any super ambition outside of just like, I don't want to be bored. This is entertaining. This is awesome. I like being here. All right, let's see what's going on. Like for comparatively, I don't want to go into a whole thing, but in short, Riot's whole thing was, hey, this is a new opportunity. Being in this world, I can, do things better than how they were in the other world. For Flamemon, it was a lot more of, wow, this world's been boring. Oh, something interesting. I want to see this through. That was pretty much the game plan.
For me, I was very much. For me, as Flamemon, my mindset, and I in no way speak for anyone else other than myself, I view the Digimon as companion pieces for the partner, in that their evolution and change facilitates the humans as well. Because that's kind of how I wrote Terriermon. Terriermon's meant to, at least when I initially designed him, was meant to spark change and a catalyst for like a new opportunity for Grayson as well. Terriermon has his own thing that he wants to accomplish that hasn't really come up yet, but him being in Grayson's life is meant to also propel him in a different direction than what he thought was his destiny.
Yeah, I mean, in the original Adventure series, the majority of the Digimon were kind of light on character. They were more of accent pieces to the characterization of the kids.
I mean, that's why Gomamon and Tentomon were among the more popular, because they had a bit more noticeable quirks.
But we have the advantage that we're all kind of like actors and writers, and there's a smaller number of us than 8. So we can kind of put more stock into that. I've had a few conversations with Grimm about less so Monodramon's characterization, because I feel so he hit it on. His take isn't 100% what I was going with when I made design Monodramon. But as Chase said, I feel so it's for the better. He took Monodramon into a much different direction.
Also makes him stand out, more unique amongst everyone else in the cast.
Yeah, no, I've definitely. Like, I was kind of imagining him a bit more as a scrapper, but then he kind of went to this more radical, like, shift with the character after the Digivolution. I was like, this is cool. I like this. Let's explore this.
Also,
so I guess you can say that we all incite a seed of the character, and then the actor takes it from there.
Yeah.
I do want to mention. Go ahead, Red.
I just wanted to ask Chase and Pyro if they're potentially okay with sharing like the initial concept of Magimon's characterization. If that's something you're okay with saying on stream, because I'm
I don't
curious.
mind. I'd be down to talk about it. I feel like that would be more my thing to talk about, though. I guess for the initial. So initially, I had pictured Magimon as much more of like the fucking Bo Burnham song, like the like, have you ever been to a birthday party for children? One of the children won't stop screaming. That was going to be Magimon, basically, of like he's an actual child running around for as much attention and validation as possible. He's the center of the universe. He's like the guy who's best at everything, and everyone needs to give him as much attention as possible. And I had intended him to be a foil to Gary, because Gary does not want any attention, and he does not want anyone to be looking at him, and he is very mature, and he has a lot of understanding of the world. So like Magimon not knowing really much of anything and running around fucking shit up, and then like wanting to be praised for it was like also a little bit how I pictured Gary being as a child, way back in the day. So he would see a lot of how he used to be in Magimon, and then the Digimon would evolve and Gary would grow, and so would Magimon from there. And become a more well-rounded Digimon was the plan. But Magimon kind of started in as very wise and knowledgeable about the world and having a lot of creative solutions and like trying to calm everybody down and being like a voice of reason in a chaotic environment, which was complete 180 opposite of what I had planned for him. But it still worked out pretty well, and he's been able to showcase a lot of the creativity that I'd wanted to showcase in Magimon through a lot of the combat and just various stuff in general. He's got a lot
I
of
still feel as
shenanigans
though-
under his belt still.
Yeah,
It's funny you should say that, Chase, because I actually have been in like another D&D game where everyone was like a bunch of shitheads, and my character was meant to be like dark, serious, like edgelord. But the second I noticed we didn't have a moral compass, my character did like a shift to fill that role. I wonder if something like that happened for Magimon. Like seeing a role that wasn't filled among the Digimon.
I mean, that's possible.
I mean, it makes
It's
sense. I
also
mean,
possible that like that energy that I asked Pyro to portray is just not within his nature.
I mean, you asked for Bo Burnham the song, and we got John Mulaney, which I think still translate very
it's
well
pretty,
to the core.
pretty damn good, though.
I very much have been enjoying Magimon.
Oh,
and
yeah.
wild energy.
Absolutely.
Also, I have to ask, which one of Pyro, Magimon just pulling stuff out of the hat, was that you, or was that a discussion between you two?
I know you said you had wanted that. I don't think you had wanted it as much as I had leaned into it.
Yeah. I remember wanting it to be a thing, and that because the Sabadile, the creator of Magimon, suggested that Magimon's primary attack was summoning swarms of familiars, like Gomamon with marching fishes.
Yeah.
And that was a fun idea, but I was like, it doesn't fit with the theme that I want to go for by the end of it, and that feels like wildly more magical than I might expect. Like, I want Magimon to showcase some magic, but I want it to be like based upon some other stuff. Like, just summoning thousands of animals out of thin air seems a bit strong for a rookie, especially if they're not just mundane fish. So that was something that I was a little concerned about utility-wise, and I wanted to shy away from it and like change Magimon up to not have the same toolkit. So I was like, yeah, maybe pull something out of the hat. Like shoot some magic beams or something like that. But like summoning a swarm of magic animals is a bit much for a rookie.
Yeah, we've had a cannonball, some fireworks,
ignore the rail cannon you guys had. Ignore that.
You know, I actually wonder. I don't know if they've seen it or not, but if they had, I wonder if they'd be like, "Oh, cool! This is a really good representation of the character," or if they'd be like, "Chase, your fucking voice actor friend bastardized my."
They're just fucking fuming. They're so mad that they let me use this character concept.
You're like,
They're
how?
gonna
destroying
call
everything
out
they
post.
loved.
This is a color post to Coffinjockey and PyrOMG VA. How dare they?
How dare they ruin me? I made
They
this
ruined my
wholesome little
OC.
lad, and you ruined it.
I
saw all that.
Is the OMG and the VA all capitalized?
That'd be
I
give
meant
up.
I don't know where the VA came from. It just slipped out of my brain. I was like, that's not right.
That's mine, thank you. I'll take that back. Yoink.
Mhm. There's only one VA in this call, and I'm the of him.
I'm the V of him.
Just that's the thing I gotta ask. Like well, not so much ask. Just like I really actually like that. It feels like we're doing different types of Digivolution stuff. Like we have some of our guys that was just like when they Digivolve, they're very clearly different people, and then there's stuff like, for example, with Gargomon, who still has shades of the usual Terriermon, like kind of like how Tamers does it.
We actually haven't gotten a chance to see Gargomon interact as much, but I'm actually intending for him to be much more similar to Terriermon than anyone else's Digivolution, just to kind of go left where everyone else went right.
I mean, hey, you guys are free to do what you want when it comes to like your characterization of this stuff. I mean, just because I told you guys, hey, you need to add an additional flaw because they're getting more powerful, does not mean that you're like, all right, cool. They have a new thing that makes them different. We have to.
Tier 1 does
that
not
said,
grow up.
That
I
said,
was
I,
more
do
int-
like what everyone's been doing.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I'm more interested, at least on this evolution, interested in playing how the flaw can change someone subtly.
It's
More-
definitely interesting.
For example, I think it's like I forget which flaw it was, but I'm playing that as a way of like, Terriermon's not a thief now. Everything just should belong to him now.
It's not a crime if
this
it was
is
already
all-
mine.
This is honestly a perfect way to do it because, as we all know, the older we get, the more flaws we have.
Yep.
Exactly.
we across.
Or we just don't change as people. we just stay
Everyone
the
knows
same.
that babies are perfect. You are born flawless and without issues, and
It
it's
is-
just downhill from there.
It is society's fault that you now have your sins.
Exactly.
What is the best part of that is you almost went into the J. Jonah Jameson voice, and I'm just like, put it in the paper, front page. Babies are
Go into
perfect.
my plans loudly and in great detail.
Exactly.
I just realized that's music in the background. I don't know if we can use, but Eagle's talking over
I
it. So it should
think
be
it's
fine.
loud enough as well
It's
with our own talking over
fine.
it, so it should be no big deal.
Yes.
But that said, that'll cover it for this round of Dive for Digi Destiny Dive. Everyone, thank you all so much for joining us. I know we got through a lot of stuff, and we had to power through a lot of things, and not sit around as long as we wanted
Fine
to on
ladies,
certain
have any
things.
final thoughts for me before my organs give out and I deflate?
Exactly. But no, again, thank you all so much for joining us. Just know that next week, the 17th, we're back for session 11, baby.
Heck
And we start
yeah.
It begins again.
We start the next
Again.
we start the next arc, and I don't know what's gonna happen, at least on the initial run of things. I have a lot written down about what could happen and what might happen, but
Is
currently
Riot going to die?
Don't be silly.
let me roll the dice to determine how many sessions off we are right now.
No, we're getting the golden digi egg next session.
Let me roll that too.
Don't even joke.
Okay. Okay.
What we're going to do is we're going to
Both
find
those numbers were in double
Ryan-
digits, so you're safe for now.
What we're going to do is we're going to find Reiner's sister next session.
Yeah, that's what it is.
And she's gonna die
Yeah, that's what it is too.
Exactly.
with the golden digi egg.
Yeah, but it's great that Grim is not here to defend this. So
The golden DJ is going to fall out of the sky, bash her brains, and she's dead.
it's like, wow, that's a weird
Yeah.
rock.
Oh God.
Oh my god. That's so dark.
But oh God, Jesus.
Yeah,
If she
that'll
took
be
her medicine, this
All right.
wouldn't have happened.
well. But no, that said, again, thank you everybody for joining us, and we will see you all next time. So until then, take care of yourselves, everybody.
17.
See you next week.
Later.
Oh my